wig split. Come and get your wig split. Number one of the chat, Rebel Phoenix, followed closely behind by Borderline Feline. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. That was HP Shorty with Thinking of a Stang. Yeah, if you're seeing images from the We Are Explosive music video when you're on acid, this is a bad trip. This is too much. Whoa, I want off. Whoa. That's usually how it feels. It's like because you can't get off, you know. I guess there are chemicals that can counteract that. But no, this is the Future Sound of London's music video for We Are Explosive. This came across my algorithm because I was listening to the Wipeout XL soundtrack, an absolute masterpiece OST. Definitely recommend you listen to it if you're into, early 2000s techno, electronic music. It's not really fair to call it techno. It's electronic. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry I wasn't able to do boy, that is seizure-inducing, isn't it? I'm sorry I wasn't able to do a middle-of-the-week stream. I am a busy motherfucker, the regimen that I have with my kid is very detailed. It takes all day, every single day, and it requires repetition. I can't slip, so the kid comes first. But I promise you, as soon as my schedule allows it, I will start doing middle of the week streams more. And any opportunity, and of course there will be special event streams. I do believe there is the Democratic primary coming up this Thursday, so I'm pretty sure Angela, my beautiful wife, will give me an opportunity to cover some of that. But no, welcome back, everybody, to the News Underground. We will be covering U.S. news and Ukraine news today. Got a whole bunch of it, so let's get into it. I've already wasted 4 minutes. Oh, man. Yeah, Crazy Taxi's soundtrack is... yeah. All day, baby. So I thought I'd start off, we were talking about U.S. stuff, so we got to talk about Trump, Kamala. I love it. I got the clip. We're gonna show the Republicans finally. I mean, they've been doing this. I don't know if you've been watching politics. This is something the Republicans have been doing for at least since the Bush administration, when they really started eating cow feces. You know what I mean? Really starting taking the big spoonfuls and just really the nasty shit. The whole intentionally mispronouncing names, ethnic names, Kamabla, right? A whole strategy was calling them Democrats and not, or what was it? There was something. Never mind. I was on a roll there. I had something. Never mind. Let's get to it. I wanted to start off with the Kamabla. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. Wanted to start off with the TV adverts here. Some of the commercials that we've seen, some pretty funny stuff, some memes happening here. So I thought I'd start off with some of the fun stuff, and then we'll get to the more serious stuff. And of course, we're going to cap off U.S. news with everyone's favorite news segment, the mass shooting update. Everyone loves it. Yeah, you got to love it. I mean, I'm sure you're dying to know how many people were murdered, how many innocent people were killed. Because an emotionally unstable American was able to get a gun as easy as one can get a, I don't know, fucking condom at 7-Eleven. I love mass shootings. Yeah, no. Hopefully that's you being ironic. I'm pretty sure that's against TOS, isn't it? You know, it's so funny the people walking around social media like, genocides are great. I think that's great. Kill everybody. Kill, 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 kill. It's like, oh, yeah, that's fine. But, you know, don't dox Britney Spears or something, and then you're gone. You're gone, buddy. I don't know. Should free speech like that be policed at that level? Because that's what we're seeing in the UK now, and I kind of have mixed feelings. I mean, people in the UK right now are getting, you know, they're talking, their keyboard warriors in the UK are getting jail time. But there is degrees, man. You can't just say I'm gonna go to this place. I'm gonna light this shit on fire. I'm gonna blow this person up. Like, you can't just be doing that. There are limits to free speech, but my problem is it's like it's arbitrary, the enforcement. Anyway, it's like, well, are we gonna do a ministry of truth or not? You know, are we gonna do a government body that, okay, these are the things you can say and these are the things you can't say? How are people supposed to be, you know, understanding what the fuck they can say, can't say? Well, it depends on what presidential administration is currently in power, so that's fucked up. Doxing isn't something to joke about. That's serious stuff. Shut the fuck up. You want some serious stuff? Here you go. You're probably trying to dox me right now, you fucking right-winger. I can smell it on you. I can smell the right-wing stink on you.
I love you. Have a great day at school.
Dictator on day one.
There will have to be some form of punishment for women.
Roe vs. Wade was terminated. Fire, fury, bloodbath. Now get in.
You know what, honey? I'm gonna drive you today.
Besides, can convicted felons even drive school buses?
Puts on his goofy hat, starts tweeting. Very stable. Very
you wouldn't
stable
trust
genius.
him with your kid.
Right. It's for Eric Swalwell, who's a bog standard corporate neoliberal who needs to be primaried and replaced immediately with a real progressive. Oh, but he's one of the good ones. Why? Because he gets up on TV and talks a good game? Look at the motherfucker's voting record. Goldman Sachs is pleased, Eric Swalwell. You're in my targets, buddy. I'm so sick and tired of these fucking neoliberals pretending that they're progressives. Oh, I'm a progressive. I'm a progressive. Why? Because you think gay people are human? Well, congratulations. The bar is pretty fucking low, isn't it, Eric? How about those tax breaks for Wall Street? Oh, well, you know, we should look at it, and I don't know. Because they talk about taxing Wall Street. They talk about going after Wall Street. We're going to talk about this some more in the Kamala section. But it's like everyone's lost their fucking minds when it comes to neoliberals. All of a sudden, we've forgotten who these people are because we're so relieved that we're not going to get our asses kicked a second time by an orange fascist, right? We're so relieved that it's not Joe Biden. We're like, okay, we'll just forget all the bad shit, right? We're back in the game. So I get that mentality, and I'm right there with you. There's a big weight off my shoulders, man, because like a month ago it was like, dun, 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 dun. It was the end. Trump was going to win, right? Joe wasn't going to do it. The donors were pulling out. Okay, now it shows you online, and I'm here. Welcome back, Strategy. Yeah, I think Twitch is catching on to my game, and they're going to have to shut me down pretty soon. You know, there's one thing you can depend on. If you're a truth teller on social media, you gotta go. You can't tell the truth and sell Clorox bleach. These two things are not compatible. I got a couple more funny ones here. Well, this one's actually just awesome. I just had to show you this one. UAW leader here, Sean Fain, who is not great. The UAW, not it's awesome. Unions are amazing. Okay, but are we going to pretend like the UAW is squeaky clean over here, representing their workers appropriately? No, there's all kinds of fucking controversy. But at least Sean Fain does seem to be, at least rhetorically, turning things around a little bit. Because unions need to have teeth. Unions need to demand shit. Unions shouldn't be colluding with corporatist neoliberal political parties. No, I understand. It's like, well, he's the president and he's on our side and, he's talking a good game and, oh, Joe Biden's the first one to march in the streets with us. Okay. Are we done getting placated here? Are we done getting placated? Because I'd like some fucking policy, Sean Fain. Maybe apply a little bit of pressure instead of just cheerleading. You're only one of the biggest fucking unions in America. You only have a little bit of political power. Maybe you should leverage it a little bit more. I'm crazy. But anyway, this is a spot-on ad. I'm on fucking fire today, boys. And girls, and theys and thems. A lot of good news, a lot of bad news, a lot of fucking awesome news. I got to tell you. And guess what, folks? After this, I'm going straight to a 40,000 person barbecue. Gonna go eat so much red meat I come back fucking 3 shades redder. My body's gonna be processing this trip to the barbecue pit for months. No, it's a big event. It's called Rib Fest. Big event. Barbecue vendors from all over the place coming over, barbecuing all night. Gonna have to drag me out of there in a wheelbarrow. All right, let's watch this.
We stand at a historic crossroads in this country right now.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's clear. Donald Trump represents the billionaire class and the corporate class. That's his base.
Well, we're gonna find out, Ice King. We're gonna fucking find out.
Donald Trump is a scab.
That's right. He is total scab.
He will ruthlessly fight for a vision of America in which the wealthy rule everyone and everything, and the working class is left behind and forced to settle for the scraps.
Yeah.
What we win
but his economy.
Now
shut the fuck
will impact every single contract negotiation, every new organizing campaign, whether we go forwards or backwards for a generation.
Yeah.
Everything is at stake.
True. No, it's
in the wealthiest nation in the world, working class people shouldn't have to scrape to get by paycheck to paycheck. But last fall, America's auto workers said it was time to stand up.
Yeah. So this was a pretty big change to, because they did a strike during a Democratic presidency, right? There was like, no, we're fed up. And, so that was a nice change to see because the UAW for far too long working hand in hand with the Democratic Party. So it was nice to see this.
We united the entire working class. That's the winning formula.
Yeah.
The dream of a man.
And that is that the strike where Joe Biden marched on? Because they probably would have put that in there, but their actions forced Joe Biden to come into the streets, right? It was either, well, do I do a Reagan, or do I actually follow through on all the pro-union rhetoric in my entire career? Because Joe Biden can't shut up about unions. You would think he's like, workers' rights 100% until you look at his goddamn record. Anyway.
Like Donald Trump, is that the vast majority of working class people will remain divided. They divide us by race.
Yeah.
They divide us by gender, by who we love, or where we were born. That's the game of the wealthy.
Yep.
Divide and conquer.
Yep.
There is only one answer to the threat we face as a nation. The answer is solidarity.
It's true. Yeah. 100%.
You are the best America has to offer, and you are the hope of the working class. So as you go into this fight for a better life, remember that duty. We can win.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Would have liked to have seen this during the Obama era. Maybe there was. Was there a UAW strike during Obama's era? You get my point. I'm reading all your comments, by the way. Thank you for being here, everybody, all you lurkers, all you OGs. So this one made me bust a nut the first time I saw it. Davey really liked it too, so I had to show it here. Update from your boy, Shah Halud.
Good people of Arrakis, it's me, Shia Halud, your beloved sandworm of the desert. Many people are saying Paul Atreides, little Paul Atreides, I call him Pesky Paul. He's Al-Mahdi, people are calling him Lisan Al-Gaib. Pesky Paul's calling himself Muad'Dib. He said, Muad'Dib, I'm a little desert mouse, just a humble little desert mouse, and he is very tiny, I saw him. I could crush him easily. Folks, you can't trust Pesky Paul. He's got the Bene Gesserit. Nasty women. Nasty women. Those Bene Gesserit trying to control the outcome of events. He's going around the desert. He's going to the south of the southern border. He's bringing up religious fanatics from the south. He's trying to wage a holy war in the whole universe. Now, the Harkonnens, we don't like the Harkonnens, folks. They're terrible. They're terrible. They gave us a bad deal, but I can get a better deal from the Harkonnens. What can I say? They want our spice. It's the most precious substance in the universe. We're going to get a better deal. We're going to make Arrakis great again. It's going to be an amazing time. We're going to have paradise here in Arrakis, not because of Pesky Paul, but because of your old friend Shia Halud.
Hilarious. The account is LOL overruled. I don't know if that's their original video, but very, very funny. And according to Davey, he went into the Discord and he went point by point. It was like, this is actually very accurate. This person knows Dune lore very, very, very deeply. Good stuff. Good stuff. There we go. We had good old Shia Halud, and here we have the guy that inspired him. Pesky Paul, Muad'Dib. Calling himself the Muad'Dib. Really funny. Really clever. He's such a weird guy, Trump. Well, once in a lifetime character. And it's a shame he's not, because like Canada kind of had a once in a lifetime charismatic character that people loved. Smoke, crack, politician. Hold on. Rob Ford. So they had this guy called Rob Ford, who, nicest guy in the world, was filmed smoking crack with black constituents and just had a bunch of scandals. People couldn't help themselves, though. They loved him. They loved the guy. Got voted back in after the crack scandal, I believe. And he is related to the other Ford that is currently still in office, Doug Ford. Yeah, succeeded by Doug Ford. But Doug Ford is, he's way more clean cut. This guy, party animal. And, we're probably never going to have another Trump. Anyway, I'm rambling. So this is insane. People are pointing out, if Kamala, I can't help myself. If she said something similar, if any Democrat said anything similar, not only would, of course, the Republican politicians be all over this, but I think it's fair to say the media as well. And what people are starting to point out is that there's a scandal a day with Trump. There's, career-ending scandals every single day with Trump. And they're really, I don't know. I mean, can the mainstream media throw any more shit at Trump? I think so. I think yes. They've completely ignored Epstein. They're actually doing a semi-terrible job. They're very selective about what they're actually covering here when it comes to Trump. They do, and honestly, they do let him get away with shit. It really says, like, all you need to do is be hyper criminal. And, if you're a president, if you're up in this echelon, you can tie up the court system. Would a politician even know? Because we see Bob Menendez, we see George Santos getting kicked out, getting arrested. What's going to happen to good old Bobby there? Are we going to see him at Club Fed? I'm curious. But anyway, the point here is if any Democrat said anything like this, they'd be skewered. But also, he wants his cake and eat it too, and we'll discuss more after the clip. You'll see what I mean.
But basically, we're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the energy prices down almost immediately, and we're going to close the border, and we're going to get the crooked ones out, the bad ones out, and we're going to let a lot of people come in because we need more people, especially with AI coming and all.
So mass deportation, and then but also we're going to let more people in because we need more people, and farms depend on the slave labor, et cetera, et cetera. So, cake and eat it too. We're going to do both. The world's largest mass deportation, but also we're going to let a bunch more immigrants in.
Is down almost immediately, and we're going to close the border, and we're going to get the crooked ones out, the bad ones out, and we're going to let a lot of people come in because we need more people, especially with AI coming and all of the different things, and the farmers need, everybody needs. But we're going to make sure that they're not murderers, killers, drug dealers, and the kind of people that we have largely coming in right now. Okay?
You're a sexual assault criminal. They're letting you operate. How? What, you got Minority Report, Chip? Huh? Are you a criminal? No. All right. Come on in. I mean, would they start letting people in and then the mass deportation program kicks them out? All right. So Trump is going to, at the same time, be the world's most hardcore against immigration, lock it down, kick everybody out, but he's also going to be the America's most open to immigration, letting millions of people in. I mean, what the hell are you going to do? The only way that they can tell if somebody's a criminal is if they have brown skin. So, what's the plan? I guarantee you they're going to prioritize the deportation stuff because they're ghouls. And then, halfway through it, realize how bad for business it is. The conservative businesses all across the Rust Belt collapsing. Okay, well, I also said we're going to let a lot of people in, so we're not doing that stuff anymore. You gonna let all the kids go from the steel cages there, Trumpy? We're gonna find these kids that Joe Biden let out of my cages, and we're gonna put these kids back in their cages. Some of these kids are teenagers. They're old enough to rape. They're old enough to do drugs. We're gonna find them. We're gonna put them back in the cages. That's where they belong. Those are dangerous children. So this person here, Mr. Blue Check, he said bring them in legally. This is what Trump has always said. He, in fact, has not always said that. Back in 2015, he promised us a big, beautiful wall with a door in it so people could come legally. He delivered. He did not deliver. The wall is not finished. It's actually crumbling because it was made so cheaply. We want more legal immigration and less illegal immigration. That's what MAGA has always been about. No. MAGA wants more legal immigration, question mark? That's what it's always been about, question mark? Yeah! And of course, there's a bunch. I'm sure there's some kind of statement somewhere someone could cherry pick to say, "Oh yeah, you see, that was the position." But please ignore the 10,000 statements made in between that time about how a bunch of scary brown people are going to come and get you. Remember when the wall fundraisers went to jail? Yeah, because of what Steve Bannon was caught up in that too. What the reason why Steve Bannon went to jail was because of the wall embezzlement or something, right? Welcome back, Rock's Fist. If Trump says anything, you could always go back and something contrary. No, I mean, he used to be a pretty bog standard Clintonian Democrat, pro-abortion, all kinds of stuff. Democratic lefty stuff. You get him saying. He's a total opportunist. He doesn't believe any of it. He doesn't believe it's all about just get me into power. I don't get what do I have to say? What do I have to do? How many invisible dicks do I got to jerk off in bumfuck nowhere towns to go sit in this office and become king? So I'm sorry. I hate to show this absolute piece of shit, the king of shit. All right, with a shit crown and a shit throne in the fucking sewer. Right? That's who this piece of shit is. I hate to show it, but it's kind of interesting to see how quickly, I mean, they're not even in power, and they're kind of acting like they got this shit in the bag still, like they got control of this shit. They need to be unifying, and at the very point where they need total unity, unified message, the opportunists, the grifters, the fascists, in this case, actual legitimate fascists in this case, I love Hitler fascists in this case, show who they really are. They're not savvy, they're not political, they're greedy, they're narcissistic, they're idiots. They can't think strategically, they can only think from their own perspective. And this is what happens, right? Let's not forget, Trump had a fucking dinner with this piece of shit and Kanye West. I love Hitler, Kanye West. I've not apologized for that statement, Kanye West. So let's not forget that. This man is not fringe, okay? He has had personal, intimate communication with the president. In fact, the statement that Donald Trump made after that dinner was, I wasn't that impressed with Kanye West, but I did find this Nick Fuentes character to be really great. Something like that. Really intelligent or something like that. A lot of praise for Nick Fuentes after that dinner. And then, of course, later when called out, I've never even heard of him. I don't even know what you're talking about. Right. That's the usual thing that he does with the people. I don't even know. I've never even heard of that person. It's just absurd. Cue the video of him walking out of a restaurant with this piece of shit. But anyway, they don't know what they're doing. They're up their own ass. And they're happy. They're happy to eat their own tail, destroy themselves if they think it might benefit them in some way. I think what Fuentes is mainly trying to do is force Trump into a different strategy. Of course, what he would want Trump to do is lean more into white nationalism, into identitarianism, et cetera, right? You should be more racist. You should be more mask off. That's going to get more voters, right? Because Nick Fuentes is a total idiot. He wants the full normalization of white supremacy, but he's too stoked to tell everybody about that. He's too stoked to trigger you to understand the crypto-fascist strategy of, okay, we don't tell everybody, we don't take the mask off until we're in power. He can't help himself. He's a complete moron strategically. He knows how much power he has. It's unbelievable that Trump was stupid enough to have a conversation with him. It's because of his stupid groypers, which are just a bunch of white supremacists. And Trump was like, oh, well, that's a lot of people that will vote for me. Homie, they were going to vote for you anyway. If they do vote. A lot of these people that follow Nick Fuentes don't even fucking vote. They talk shit. They make it their fucking life to go across social media and cause as much havoc, all the Hitler shit. And then they don't vote. Why? Because they can't leave their little cum dungeon. They can't leave their little fucking computer room in their mom's house. They don't leave. These people are terminally online, mentally ill sociopaths. Right? Not exactly a constituency you should be worried about securing, locking. We got to lock these guys down, right? But no, that's Trump. But anyway, let's see the comment.
So that's what we'll do. And you know what else I'm going to say? If they don't listen, I will escalate my tactics. I will escalate my tactics in swing states. I will go to swing states. I will go to the ones where they're in trouble the most, and I will make it worse. And I'll bring the groypers with me. And that I vow.
Yeah. So he understands. It's interesting. He understands how damaging politically he is. I guess he sees himself as, I don't understand it. So he understands how damaging he is politically, because what he's saying is, I will show up to these events, you know, and then MSNBC can say, you know, white supremacist Nick Fuentes and his cadre of white supremacists are showing up to Trump events and making a big deal at every Trump event. Does he even have the money for that? It's going to be so embarrassing when he goes and like maybe 20 people show up, right? Because he thinks, oh, there's going to be hundreds, like there's thousands of people that watch him. They can't get out of their little fucking crusty cum dungeons, though. They're pathetic. But it is interesting. So he knows very well. He knows he's very damaging politically. He just can't help himself, can he? He's too stoked about Hitler. He's too stoked to see people in, like, he gets giddy and excited when talking about mass deportation and, you know, going after liberals and, you know, Muslims and people who are not Christian, atheists, you know, locking them up, jailing them, making it illegal to be atheist. He gets really, really excited thinking about the government forcing people into his worldview. He's really quite a dangerous character. It's a good thing that he's a weak piece of shit. Weak, ineffective. Like, I can't say he's ineffective, right? That's not quite fair. But it's not quite fair to call him effective either. He's like a mustard stain. You can't get rid of him, but it's not going to ruin the interview, you know? Anyway. Welcome back. Why is Kanye West? Folks, I have a treat for you. I don't think any of you viewers were here in the first years when I first started covering politics. But back in the day, RT, the terrible Russia Today propaganda network, they were happy to throw as much money at a bunch of actual real journalists in the United States as long as they were criticizing the United States. And they were allowed to do whatever they want. Real journalism, right? But they couldn't point their camera at Russia, or if they did, they had to do it very briefly. But if you were, you know, talking about U.S. imperialism, if you were talking about how bad George Bush is, or how dangerous, you know, Obama's neoliberalism is, or his drone wars, et cetera, if you were talking about America and criticizing America, RT was happy to have you. And you were allowed total journalistic freedom. And it was actually really cool, some of the shows. You had Chris Hedges, Chris Hedges and Chris Hayes. No, Chris Hedges had a show. Jesse Ventura, Abby Martin. There was that comedian fella. And they all did real journalism. It wasn't like Russian propaganda, but they were getting paid by Russia because they were criticizing the United States. But the reason why they weren't on any other network is because they were too critical of the military-industrial complex in the United States. So they couldn't find a home in America's journalistic landscape because they couldn't get paid to talk the truth, to speak the truth about America. So they had to go here. So anyway, that's kind of the history of RT. And then, of course, the invasion happened, and then they folded everything up. So anyway, we used to watch on the show The World According to Jesse every single time. I couldn't help myself. It was the funnest show. It was basically Jesse Ventura sitting in a fucking chair, and he would talk for a little bit, and then he would cut to a host. Oh no, this is an early episode where he didn't do that. So no, okay. So yeah, he would cut to a host who would do some news. And then it would just be Jesse Ventura ranting.
Load up oil down there.
It was
and
great.
Take it through.
It was fucking great, dude. It was fucking great, right? So anyway, we kind of have a new episode of The World According to Jesse. So I'm going to do something that I haven't done in the longest time. We're going to watch the intro to the show, and then we're going to watch the clip. You'll see what I mean. It's a CNN interview.
I'm Jesse Ventura. Stay vigilant. Question more. Welcome to my world. Come along for the ride. The World According to Jesse.
Jesse.
Ride. The world according to Jesse.
Look, if you don't know who Jesse Ventura is, he's a fucking badass. He's a really cool guy. He's an actual independent. He's not like these pretend independents that are basically Republicans. He's an actual independent, and he was happy to call out Obama, Bush, Trump, Biden. He's happy to call anyone out. Former Navy SEAL, governor, was in the fucking movie The Predator. Okay. Welcome back, Trailhead. Awesome guy. Okay. I don't agree with everything that he has to say, but I agree with a lot of it. And we need more Jesse Venturas in politics and in public life, quite frankly. We need more people like Jesse Ventura, right? Less Alex Jones, more Jesse Ventura, right? It would be really something else if Joe Rogan had Jesse Ventura on, was close friends with Jesse Ventura instead of Alex Jones, right? Joe Rogan. His opinions would be wildly different. But anyway, I that was great. Got the intro. Now let's watch the Jesse interview. 10 minutes of fucking Jesse, baby. Yes.
You know him in here. A chain-smoking Korean War era veteran. Cared about his community, but 2 days after I turned 17, he took me down to join the Army National Guard. And for 24 years, I proudly wore that uniform.
Presumptive Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, touting his service, the National Guard, at a campaign rally tonight.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura also had a really cool conspiracy show. It was cool, but it was also corny. Like, it wasn't great. Definitely had some issues, but entertaining. It was entertaining.
Tonight in Arizona. It comes as Republican VP candidate Senator J.D. Vance criticizes Walz's record, accusing him of abandoning his National Guard unit in 2005 to run for Congress before a deployment to Iraq. Well, joining me now, former independent governor of Minnesota, Jesse Ventura. He endorsed Walz in his recent run for governor. Governor Ventura, thank you so much for joining me this evening. I'm really eager to hear your take on this because
he should have wore his leather. He always wore the leather coat. Where's the leather coat, Jesse?
A former Navy SEAL. You served in Vietnam, and I have to ask you what you think of this attack from the Trump Vance ticket on Governor Walz's military service.
Well, Laura, I'll tell you what I think. I think it's shameful. I think it's shameful that a veteran would attack another veteran.
Yeah.
Governor Walz.
No, look, it was disgusting when it was happening to John Kerry, who was a terrible candidate, a terrible choice, and it was an embarrassment in a million different ways, but it was disgusting. The Swift voting, right? It was disgusting to see that. Look, we don't need to be glorifying war. We don't need to be lionizing, people that do bad things for bad reasons. But when it comes to the individual, to the guy, all right, who signed his name on the paper, made the pledge, and is out there on the front line, we don't need to bring that into politics, right? Like, it's okay to say I served and all that, but we don't have to disparage the uniform and these sacrifices made. Because if men like this weren't there during World War II, we'd all be speaking German, and that's 100% true. And what's happening in Ukraine, it's not World War II, but it is existential. And let me tell you, I guarantee you, the grand majority of the people in Ukraine are happy for these men in uniform to be out there. It's a mixed bag, though, right? We can't. How do you acknowledge the sacrifices of the soldier in Vietnam, but also acknowledge the fact that they were there for no reason? Every single person killed didn't need to die. Innocent, Viet Cong, U.S. So it's complicated. It is. But and that's why we need to not. Oh, you didn't shoot a gun. You were over there. You were over there. As an expert, as someone else. No. Get this shit out of fucking politics, man. It's complicated and disgusting and nasty enough to then throw in this kind of shit. I really, because it's like I have a big problems with military industrial complex. I have big problems with the entire concept of standing armies, right? Because if we're really, we should be getting to a point, we should be trying to create a place of world peace where the entire concept of a standing army is unnecessary. But man, when you're on the front lines, when you're there, when you're in the shit, none of this politics shit matters. It's just survival. And it's just disgusting that that the uniform would be disparaged in such a way. It's disgusting when the uniform is used to kill people illegally, to when you're not defending, when you're not in an existential fight. You get what I'm saying? It's complicated though. It's really disgusting, man. Some actual heroes. It's the hardest job on planet Earth. I don't know. Maybe working as like Trump's lawyer is a little bit harder, but that's about it. Is that what you guys are looking for? That liberal humor you guys want? Orange guy bad. He's a bad guy.
Served honorably for 24 years in the National Guard. Yeah. After 20 years, you are eligible to retire at any time you deem necessary. They talk about him missing his deployment. Well, maybe Mr. Vance should ask the real question. What is the National Guard doing deploying to a foreign country in a foreign war?
Yeah.
Well, let's go into history and figure out how that happened. That happened because George W. Bush and Dick Cheney went into the Iraq War based on lies, no weapons of mass destruction, no ties to Al-Qaeda, nothing with 9/11, and they ran out of bodies. They needed more bodies. They couldn't implement a draft. That would be political suicide. So what George Bush did was sign an executive order sending the National Guard into foreign deployment. The National Guard is not for foreign deployment. Their name says what they do. They guard our nation from within. So this hogwash about Governor Waltz missing a deployment, not only that, he's 24 years, he's an E9. I deployed twice. We never even had an E9 with us when we deployed.
Bitch, he doesn't have time to bleed.
E9s are not going to walk the point. They're not going to be involved in any combat whatsoever. They're figureheads being the most senior enlisted within their company, and that's what it's all about. I think that Vance is doing a disservice to himself and a disservice to the United States Marine Corps. I know a lot of great Marines, and Marines show respect. And Vance is not showing respect. And let's continue. Yes. Who does he have respect for? Donald Trump, the biggest.
How about we give him a show, CNN? Do you like ratings? Man, put this guy back on TV. What are we doing?
Draft dodger from the Vietnam War, the rich white boy who bought his way out of it. I come from South Minneapolis. My friends and I didn't get out of it. We either got drafted or we enlisted. I know 6 or 7 or 8 of my friends. Donald Trump was your typical rich white boy who didn't have to serve in Vietnam because he could buy his way out of it. And that's who Vance is standing with, this guy who leads from the rear.
Then why do you think, given all that you've described, from the politics, the history, and of course the person who's on the top of the ticket who has been criticized for the voting spurs reason for not going to serve, and frankly, I have not served. I am a civilian and have the ultimate reverence for those who have, and thank you for your service. So why do you think this is the line of attack to choose politically? Obviously, it would offend and alienate voters on one level, and also
because the right wing don't actually care about fucking veterans. That's why. And it works. And it works because they're raging hypocrites. Thank you for your service, while cutting veteran benefits and spitting in the face of veterans by George Bush going into 2 different theaters for no goddamn reason. Etc., etc., etc. Trump. Oh, they're suckers. Oh, they're suckers. Oh, I don't want to go to a cemetery that'll make me look bad. Oh, it's surrounded by a bunch of losers who died. The right wing don't actually fucking care about veterans, right? Look what they do to the homeless. Good chunk of the homeless are veterans. Get a job. That's a right-wing opinion about veterans.
People who have served the armed forces on the other.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Mr. Vance that. I don't understand his motive whatsoever, how he could turn against a fellow veteran. You know, there's kind of an unwritten rule amongst us veterans. You don't criticize another veteran. Not every veteran's a knuckle dragger. And I'm not going to define knuckle dragger, because if you've been in the service, you'll know what a knuckle dragger is.
Watch Generation Kill, and you'll get a good example of it, man. It's unbelievable that they'll be in leadership positions, dude. It's crazy.
But, you know, as a frogman in the United States Navy, my job was to ensure the Marines could get to shore to do their job. We went in ahead of them. We went in before them to ensure the Marines could land. And his point of being a Marine like he is, strategy. And then criticizing the governor after 24 years of service, it's despicable on his behalf for doing that. And I hope all veterans feel like I do about it. You don't criticize another veteran and how they served, whether they're a cook or whatever they do. They all have a job to do, and if you're going to be successful, everybody has to do their job and pitch in to be successful.
So well said. I think it's capturing the sentiment of so many people who are watching this, and there is the terms I can think of as kind of an ick factor of having people at each other in this way, knowing the nuance and knowing the fact that everyone has served. And what's the number? Like less than 1% of people have protected this nation over time. I do wonder, given your strong feelings and the way in which he has been attacked in this way, and he is addressing it in various ways, it won't be the end of the story. You have endorsed traditionally third-party candidates, although you did endorse him for...
I don't get it. Like, what did Peter Thiel say to... Because it was actually a last-minute decision. The obvious choice was Nikki Haley, right? But Trump was like, well, she talks shit about me. I don't like people that talk shit about me. She needs to kiss the ring. She did kiss the ring, sir. She did kiss the ring. Oh, I don't know. What did Peter Thiel say? I mean, because he's a multi-bazillionaire, Peter Thiel. So there had to have been some kind of money exchange, something. There had to have been some kind of quid pro quo there that we don't know about yet. Because, yeah, it's a dump-ass decision. And quite frankly, we're dealing with Trump, the you're fired guy. I mean, remember his fucking administration? The revolving door? People coming in, the Scaramucci, coming in for 3 weeks or something? Right? In, you're out. Oh, I don't like you. You farted. I don't like you. Get out of here. You stink. You know, totally arbitrary, coming in, coming and going. So, but he hasn't let Vance go, has he? Oh, well, you know, he doesn't give a shit if the posters, if Trump Vance, he doesn't care. Oh, change them. Yeah, print new ones. I don't fucking care. Not my fucking problem. Trump doesn't care about that shit. He doesn't care about the T-shirts, the posters. He doesn't care about any of that shit. He would fire Vance in a hot fucking second. But something is preventing him. Something is preventing him from doing that, and it has to do with Peter Thiel. So there has to be some fucking connection with this billionaire who came in at the last second, and Trump made this last second decision for this fucking pudding pop shaped as a human being. Shit, dude, I thought my beard was ugly. Holy shit, man. He's uglier without it, though. He said, damned if you do, damned if you don't over here with Vance.
His run for governor. Do you intend to endorse the Harris-Walz ticket now?
Here we go. Well, big dog shit. Here we go, man. God, CNN, put this man on TV. What is happening, dude? He's okay. All right. Oh, well, he might say something that'll piss off Chase Bank. Oh no, what if Chase Bank gets mad at Jesse Ventura? Oh no, fucking pussies. Let's not forget who owns these news networks, right? Right-wing oligarchs own most of these left-wing networks. Are you kidding me? Put this man on TV, dude. 40 minutes a day of Jesse, that's millions of views. I guarantee it.
And to endorse the Harris-Walz ticket now?
Well, I'll tell you this. I met with Bobby Kennedy last winter. We met for 3 hours. Apparently, I came in second. He chose his woman, Shanahan, as running mate. Bobby's still a friend of mine, but I'll tell you where I stand right now.
And listen to what he's talking about. Fucking RFK, dude. RFK, right? So this is where it's like, God damn it, Jesse. God damn it. He's a mixed bag. He's talking about Bobby, my friend Bobby, the fucking RFK, the maniac. The maniac who's not progressive. Not progressive. RFK, not progressive, dude. He's not even pretending. All right, we saw the phone call with Trump. We're gonna forget about that little phone call. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Daddy. The guy who would drop every fucking principle in the fucking dumpster if Trump asked him to be part of his cabinet or administration or universe. I brought in RFK. He's a good guy. A lot of connections. Oh, you're asleep? Suck my fucking...
Bobby's still a friend of mine, but I'll tell you where I stand right now. I'm going to be selfish. A few years ago, I got the opportunity to see the United States elect its first black president. I didn't think that could ever happen, and they even re-elected him. Well, now I'm going to be selfish again. I've only got a few elections to go. I'm 73 years old now, so the window's closing. I want to be alive to see the first woman president of the United States of America and the first woman commander-in-chief, and
race.
We've got her right now.
Yeah, hell yeah. Let's check all these boxes, right? Like, I think this is all great, but I also think it's a bit of a distraction away from actual policy discussion, all the race stuff. But it is important. Let's check these boxes. Woman, multiracial, right? Black and Indian. I don't know. There's a million other things, right? But like, let's get all these racial things and all these gender things checked. Let's get this misconception that women are incapable of being George Bushes. You know what I mean? Like, let's pull this Band-Aid off so that we can just start dealing with politicians as politicians instead of representatives of our, like, who we are as people. You know what I mean? Like, politicians should be functionaries. They should be boring. They should be bankers, you know? They shouldn't be exciting celebrities. You know, they should be fucking eggheads and shit like that, you know? And regular folks, not, primed since birth, you know, in the fucking Ivy League lawyer, you know, world to be a politician characters that we see right now. We actually need to get beyond all this stuff. Anyway, back to Jesse.
Governor, thank you so much for sharing your views on this issue. I think a lot of people have been very interested to hear what you have said. So you are officially endorsing the Harris-Walz ticket. Excuse me.
Yes, I want to see a woman president. It's time for a woman president. We men have screwed it up enough. And you know what? Maybe we'll finally get some legitimate thing on the abortion issue.
Hey, true.
You know how to solve abortion? Hold men responsible. They're the ones ultimately responsible for all abortions. If you hold men responsible, then you'll see a big change in the abortion rules.
What does that mean to hold them responsible?
Yeah, what's it mean,
They're
Jesse?
responsible for every abortion that could take place. They are the aggressor. Sex tells you that.
You mean in terms...
Oof, 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 oh. Oh, okay. All right, okay. Damn it. God damn it, Jesse.
Of the exception for rape?
There can't be a baby without a man's involvement.
So it's funny because this is actually where Davey's at. Friend of the show, Davey, regulator in the chat, friend of the Discord, all that. One of the only honest conservatives on planet Earth. But this is kind of his stance, is that not only should men have the right to tell a woman, I want to keep the baby, but that if the man does that, he is responsible for the child, financially. Like, there needs to be a lot more responsibility on the man's end, because you can't make a baby without two people. But ultimately, Davey disagrees with the woman's right to choose, which is where we firmly disagree. And I honestly believe that if the shoe were on the other foot, if men had to have the baby in their body, this wouldn't even be a fucking question. That's my body. What are you talking about? It's my right. I don't care. I don't care if it takes a woman to impregnate me. That's my baby. That's my body. I get to do whatever I want. Alex Jones over here with a fucking 9-month baby bump. I get to do whatever I want with my frog baby. I had sex with a gay frog, and that's okay. Actually, it wasn't gay. It was straight sex because I'm pregnant with my new frog baby. And if I want to abort my baby in the last trimester, I can do that if I want. I have rights. Exactly. That's my frog baby. I can abort it if I want. It's jumping around. It's like literally comically jumping around on its fucking body. Anyway.
That's what I'm telling you. So until you hold the men responsible for impregnating women, you're not going to get any type of legitimate type of law passed.
So he does make a good point, though, that like if he's wrong, though, because really all it would take is the Democrats to pass, we would need to give them one more supermajority, but they would actually just need to codify this into law, right, and nip it in the bud, which is something they should have done during the Obama era. They might have even promised it during the Obama era. Anyway, et cetera, et cetera. So he's actually wrong about that, but it is a good point that if men were more responsible legally for providing the seed, right, that got the chain going, we would see less irresponsibility, right? It was like, well, man, like I can't just impregnate this woman and bail on her. I can't just do that, and I know there's laws and things like that already on the books, but he makes a good point where it would be like, if men were more responsible, were held more responsible for making a child, we might see something different.
You got to hold men responsible for the pregnancies of women, because they are the ones responsible, not the woman, the man.
Okay, I mean, Jesse. Oh, God, Jesse. Okay. You see what I mean? Like, what we need with Jesse is like a crossfire situation with like Jesse and like somebody, a counterpoint. A counterpoint, not exactly a liberal or a Republican or anything, but a counterpoint to Jesse. Like, are you sure, man? I don't know about that one, dog. Let's,
It'll be interesting to see how people evaluate that. On the one hand, thinking about autonomy and agency over one's body, and also the notion of assigning responsibility on the other.
And we can't depend on constitutional amendments because of how constitutional amendments are passed. We just can't depend on them. So we have to, until the Republican Party is dead and buried, and the neoliberal party, because what will happen eventually, this is my prediction, is that if the left can win, if the left can activate and organize and push, eventually the Republican Party will turn into the Whigs, because if democracy holds and the Republican Party has to depend on democracy to stay in power, it's fucking dead. It's going to wither on the vine and die. More and more people are going to leave. Eventually what will happen is that the neoliberal party will basically turn into the new conservative party. And that's where, right, but nothing is going to happen until we get enough progressives into the Democratic Party, into the neoliberal party, so that they can change the electoral college to allow third parties, right, to come in. Right now, the only viable strategy for leftists is to assimilate the Democratic Party, because the current the laws on the books, the current system that is in place that allows for some functioning democracy to happen, absolutely, completely, by design, excludes third party. And do we expect the Republicans or the neoliberals to fix that? No, they're never going to do it. Anyway.
One's body, and also the notion of assigning responsibility on the other. Well, I'll be curious to see how that factors out.
Laura, you know what else I stand for?
What, Governor?
I don't stand for a minimum wage. I stand for a maximum wage. If you can't live on $1 million a month, something's wrong with you.
That's right.
Well, I'd like to sign up for the $1 million
think
a
about
month
it a moment.
plan.
12. If you make $12 million a year, what would you want for? What would you possibly need? The point I'm making is there shouldn't be any billionaires, and I'll tell you why. Because nobody works hard enough to get $1 billion. And my hardest job I ever did was going through Navy SEAL training, and I was making $4 a day. And you're going to tell me a billionaire worked harder than I did? Bull crap.
Yeah.
Is there anything more to say? Governor Jesse Ventura, thank you so much for joining me this evening. I've been eager to...
You guys are absolute fools not putting this man on TV. CNN, fuck you, CNN. Fuck you, CNN. But no, there we go. There's Jesse, the governor. No, wait, that was Schwarzenegger, sorry. But no, Jesse Ventura over there. Mixed bag as always, mixed bag. But there you go. That's the world according to Jesse. Jesse. Question more. That was RT's old slogan. Ugh. They really pushed for a while there. RT really pushed Jesse, and it was fun. It was like, yeah, dude, Jesse Ventura, hell yeah. And Jesse Ventura is happy to criticize Russia, pro-Ukraine. You know, he's not one of those guys. You know, he's not one of these Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, right wing. I'm an independent thinker, grifters. He's an actual truth teller. He's the person Alex Jones is pretending to be. We'll just say that, okay? Jesse Ventura is the real deal. Alex Jones is the grifter, is the motherfucking great value version of Jesse Ventura, right? See the interview where Jesse said he tried to form a wrestling union? Yeah. So female eunuchs, yeah, that's been coming up as well. That's been back in the news because he's been, I think he did one other interview. And yeah, he was asked about that. And yeah, no, he tried to unionize the wrestling and, what was it? McMahon, Sean McMahon, what the hell's his name? The owner. Put the kibosh on that, and who helped him? The real American hero, right? Hulk fucking Hogan. Yeah, Vince McMahon. That's what it is. But yeah, Hulk Hogan, the scab, the cheap beer selling, thumbs up next to a fucking SS tattoo wearing Nazi. As I just reported last Saturday, if you want to catch that stream, got it on the YouTubes. Let me know if you want a link. I'll give you the link tree. All right, so we're done with that. Sorry, no more Jesse Ventura. I know. He's great, isn't he? Watch him all day. Oh, yeah, we used to catch every episode, man. It was great. All right, so moving on to the next story here. Man, I mean, the world with... It's just the news is just not as fun without Jesse. I just wish I had the... one of these days, I've been thinking about doing this. I'm sorry to little ramble here, but just real quick. One of these days, very soon... Because they already have these AI voice, assistants. I'm going to have an AI assistant in the stream. He's going to be a co-host, and goddamn it, I think we're going to make him an AI Jesse Ventura. Yep, I think AI Jesse Ventura is going to be my co-host on the News Underground. Because as soon as it's like I don't have to pay for it and it's ubiquitous and I can just really quick, put it into my stream and just ask it questions, like, hey, Jesse Ventura, what do you think about this? It's going to be a lot of fun. One of the daily shows last week was so good they had burn after burn. Yeah, I think I put that in the Discord. There was also a really good, who's that other son of a bitch from SNL? He's on MSNBC. What is his name? I can't remember his fucking name for some reason, but yeah, there's been some good ones. There's been some good ones lately. We're eating well. If you're a political person, it was so apocalyptic just 3-4 weeks ago, right? It was like, I don't even want to do this anymore, guys. We've already lost. Joe Biden's taking us down to the ship. Things are different. So anyway, we have this comment here. This is a link from Davey in the Discord. Thank you. But this is the VFW admonishes former president for Medal of Honor remarks. So, the head of the VFW coming out, criticizing Trump, about these flippant remarks about the Medal of Honor and the heroes who have received it, and blah, 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 blah. He continued, blah, blah, blah. These asinine comments not only diminish the significance of our nation's highest award for valor, but also crassly characterizes the sacrifice of those who have risked their lives above and beyond the call of duty. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. If this guy was consistently, I don't know the history of this dude, but I get the feeling that he's been pro-Trump up until now. He's been supporting Trump up until now. It's like, get with the fucking program, man. What, you don't believe General Milley? You know, you don't believe the people that were right next to Trump who said, yeah, dude, he said dead veterans are suckers. And by the way, that the person was asked again about that just recently. He said, yep, that's what he said. I hold to it. I'm not lying. So if this person has been consistently anti-Trump since, Trump, shit on veterans the first time, yeah, you're goddamn right. You're tubing. You're goddamn right. Okay, that's fine. But if this is him, oh, okay, the straw has been broken. Finally, the straw is broke, right? The camel's back has finally been broken. Then fuck you, dude. You were down for Trump until now? Get with the fucking program, idiot, if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, hey, veterans. Donald Trump thinks you're an idiot, literally. He laughs at you, literally. Sits on his golden toilet and chuckles to himself, thinking how fucking stupid veterans are for risking their life to defend their country. I'm not even joking. Debated by the military sounds like some leftist rhetoric. Okay. Bing bong. Fuck your life. Professor gets upset with Nancy Mace after she mispronounces Kamala Harris's name, Kamabla. So I'm sorry to show you this. I don't want to go through the whole thing, but it's a really good back and forth. And finally, these race baiters are getting called out for this because this is so annoying. This is an intentional technique that they've employed, like I said, at least since the Bush administration. I think they were too ashamed to do this after the Strom Thurmond stuff, right? After that all calmed down. But late 70s, 80s, and 90s, like all this kind of race stuff was like, ew, that's not really working anymore. Used to work in the 60s, we could scare up some votes. Can't really do that anymore. But then it kind of, when George Bush came around, it was like, oh, no, we could do this again. We could start, race baiting and dog whistling and, really, really let our racist freak flag fly. And this intentionally mispronouncing of an ethnic person's name, am I a Republican or a Democrat? I'm a fuck you. I need to put that in the rules. Stop asking me. Stop asking me. Look, I'm voting for Kamala. That does not mean I'm a Democrat. I'm a democratic socialist, but that doesn't mean I agree with every single thing Bernie Sanders says. I get it, though. You see the American flag, you see the beard. Oh, this guy's a right-winger. No, I'm a fucking left-winger, and we're taking this shit back. We're taking liberty back. We're taking democracy back. We're taking this shit back. Patriotism, that's the word I was looking for. We're taking patriotism back from the fascistic right wing who are blowing their nose with the U.S. Constitution. So if you got a problem with that, you got a problem with me, dude. But no, like I said, I don't think I'm not going to make you suffer through this whole 8 minutes. But I love this. I want to see it called out. It's been driving me nuts forever. Yeah, Keir Starmer certainly better than the fucking conservatives. Certainly better, right? But very scary how Keir Starmer is going Clintonian. Right, running to the right. Oh, that's the winning strategy. I know we're the Labor Party, but how important is labor, huh? But whatever. That's a discussion for a different stream. We do cover UK politics. All right, but anyway, I love to see this called out. It needs to be called out. It's racist. It's intentional. And they're all like, what? I could say names however I want. I could do whatever I want. I could say whatever I want. But the person, I think it was Michael Dyson here. Yeah, this fella. He points out that just because your intention, and he's being nice to Nancy Mace here, but he makes a good point, which is you don't have to have the intention of racism to assist racism. You can Dunning-Kruger racism, right? You could be totally unaware that you are being disrespectful and still contribute to racism, right? And it's like, oh, well, now I have to walk on eggshells. No, the liberal woke, to tell me. No, this is about respect. And there's a lot of unwinding that needs to happen, right? Because there's a lot of incorrect assumptions that people make. With just a little bit of information, open your mind a little bit. You're like, oh yeah, if I empathize with that group, if I put myself in that person's shoes, yeah, that makes sense. I would find it a little offensive if someone of a different culture or race was intentionally mispronouncing my name, especially if that person was a politician, especially if that person was trying to get racist to vote for her. But no, so Michael Eric Dyson makes a great point. Anyway, this clip is filled with it. Let's watch.
Trump says he's not ranting, but this press conference
Love that
was
this is
a
getting
great
called out.
example of a speech littered with all the things that he's been focused on for
Strategy
a long,
member,
long
yeah.
time. Is he capable, really, of staying completely on message here?
No, of course not. This was not a press conference, first of all. This was a campaign rally speech. He even had his supporters there at Bedminster, and he fooled the press once again, by claiming he was going to have a press conference. He spoke for 45 minutes before he even allowed a question to be asked. And when he did, he was just filled with lies over again. He made this comment about, what is it, more than 100% of new jobs that are created.
I'll play it. So just so you don't have to paraphrase what it was.
I really like the statement that he's been making lately that Kamala Harris is going to turn the country communist immediately, if not before. Like she's working as hard as she can to, for this Bolshevik revolution, and we might even have a full-blown communist conversion before the election, folks. It's happening.
Listen.
Virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year has gone to migrants. You know that? Most of the job creation has gone to migrants. In fact, I've heard that substantially more than beyond the number of 100%.
Yo, I gotta say this, man. He looks frazzled. He looks harried, and look, I don't mean to be ageist, but it for some reason, just pre-assassination, it wasn't showing as much. The stress is kind of showing and kind of adding. There was an effervescence to Trump when Biden was running, right?
Beyond the number of 100%.
Beyond the number of 100%.
I guess I need my calculator so I can go shoplifting with Donald Trump, because clearly you can't have more than 100% of jobs going to migrants. You can't even have 100% of new jobs going to migrants. It's not only math.
Oh, the big room. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, look, I'm not a fan of Kamala, for a myriad of reasons, but better than Trump, better than the right wingers any day.
Mathematically impossible. It's just plain stupid. And how does this guy get taken seriously? How is it that he is a presidential candidate for the highest office in our country when he can't even complete?
Why is CNN still asking why? Really, CNN should be giving us full-blown documentaries and people who can tell us why. Are we really this late? Why is he winning? Why? We should know by now. Right? Why are we still asking why? I get, he's just on a roll. He's got to do his thing. He's riffing, right? That's why he's there. But it's a little frustrating that there are pundits on TV that are still asking why.
a press conference without spewing lies and misinformation and obvious falsehoods.
Yeah, big room. Yeah.
Well, if you want to talk about misinformation, we can talk about Kamala Harris's
Yep.
Google ads, like literally taking headlines from mainstream media and rewriting them, which should be against Google ads policies. But what's stupid is allowing people, criminals, to go into stores in California and not being able to arrest them unless it's...
This is a total lie, by the way. I think Jon Stewart did a really good job of breaking down this lie that Kamala let all the criminals steal up to $900. You could steal everything you wanted. It's like, no, not exactly. It's basically a lie. There's some truth to some of the changes that were made, but no, she did not make shoplifting legal.
$900 or $950 and more.
The problem is that's not actually what's true.
And you see videos of people going into stores in these blue cities and blue states, stealing merchandise and not being stopped. We've all seen these videos.
So should Donald Trump not be...
So it's a real thing that's really happening. Is Kamala directly responsible for all of it or even partially? Not exactly. No. It's far more complicated than that. She was mayor of San Francisco, I think, while I was living there. And I got to say, just another mayor who didn't do jack shit about any of the fucking problems. Like I said, she's still a neoliberal here, right? But what they're trying to say is that, Kamala thinks all the crime should be legal, which is ridiculous. That's absolutely not what went down. But that doesn't matter, right? Truth, throw that shit away. First thing to die.
Allowed to go into a store because he's a convicted criminal.
Well, I don't think anybody at this table should be surprised that Donald Trump stood up for 45 minutes, an hour or more, taking questions, giving a speech, because if you're holding your breath for an Oscar nod, that he did that. Don't hold your breath because no one's going to believe you. This is what he does. He stands, he gives speeches, he takes the questions, he gives the answers. And to date, more than 3 weeks in, Kamala Harris hasn't given a single interview. She hasn't come on your program. She's not answering questions.
It's
She's
Kamala, first of all. It's not Kamala.
So
Kamala. It's Kamala, and she's not.
Okay. See, I thought it was more egregious than this.
Kamala Harris gives the answers. And to date, more than 3 weeks in, Kamala Harris hasn't.
Okay, I mean, Kamala Harris and Kamala. All right. I wish it was more egregious than that, right? Because I thought it was more of like Kamala. I thought she was really spicing it up. And she should obviously just, okay, Kamala, sorry, I didn't, or Kamala, sorry, Kamala, because I say Kamala too. I don't mean to. Liberals need better. We need better gotchas than this. But all right.
Given a single.
So it does get worse when she doubles down. I agree. It does get worse, but I wish it was more Kamala.
Interview. She hasn't come on your program. She's not answering questions.
It's Kamala, first of all. It's not Kamala. It's Kamala, and she's not yet the candidate. She's only been.
So it is Kamala, not Kamala. Isn't that what she said? So wait a minute. I'm confused now.
Kamala, first of all, it's not Kamala. It's Kamala.
Okay, so it's not Kamala. It's Kamala. Isn't that what she says?
He takes the questions. He gives the answers. And to date, more than 3 weeks in, Kamala Harris.
Okay, so she says Kamala
hasn't given a single interview. She hasn't come on your program. She's not answering questions.
It's Kamala, first of all. It's not Kamala. It's Kamala, and she's not yet the candidate. She's only been in office, the candidate for 3.5 weeks.
She's been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah, and Trump went a whole primary season without even doing a debate.
So
but you can't.
It's stupid because the Republicans in this country voted for him, nominated him. She didn't earn a single vote in the Republican.
Yeah, but it's a false equivalence between what Donald Trump is doing as an autocrat, as a fascist, as a dictatorially inclined man. The man's aspirations are huge. But the point is that Donald Trump has lied so repeatedly that we normalize his mendacity, his misogyny, his hatred for the ordinary citizen who happens to think logically about these issues. Now, he's got a whole bunch of stuff from the stores up there. He doesn't refer to it. His economic policies are vapid. They are empty. He has nothing to say to these people.
She has no policies on her website at all. She's
she's got more pronouns.
She's a 9
Donald
pronouns
Trump
on her website.
sits there and tells.
She's got more pronouns than policies. She put out. There's policies coming out. There's policies. This line has a expiration date.
Lie after lie, and he gets normalized by good people like y'all who don't call him out on his board.
Kamala Harris has more pronouns on her website than she does policy. The only thing she has on there is donate. She's running a Seinfeld campaign. The show is about nothing.
Kamala Harris.
No, absolutely.
And she's winning, right? So, yeah.
She's not winning, actually.
She's aided and abetted by mainstream
She
media.
is
If you
winning,
saw the headline by a
actually.
neighboring network a couple days ago, when Donald Trump came out with his no taxes on tips policy, all of the headlines on mainstream media were
covering
derogatory.
that, by the way.
Kamala Harris comes out with her no taxes.
Kamala
Harris comes out with her policies on no taxes on tips.
So Kamala. That's her name, Kamala.
All of the headlines on mainstream media were derogatory. Kamala Harris comes out with her no taxes.
So I think she's just repeating her talking points. I don't think she's intentionally. She's just robotic. She's a robot. She's programmed to say it this way. It's really, really difficult for her to change that programming. I mean, she's been how many hours? Dozens and dozens of hours in some office building, doing debate practice with, aides and things like that. Oh, because she's a Trump surrogate. She wants to be part of the Trump presidency, cabinet maybe of some sort. So she's acting as a surrogate. These people are called surrogates for the campaign. So she's gone through all of this. She's got a bunch of pre-programmed political talking points, and that's how she's programmed. I don't know if she's being intentionally racist here, because I've seen it. I think it was like Lindsey Graham, Obama, something like that years ago. I've seen Republicans do this intentionally. And usually they're not even called out for it.
All of the headlines on mainstream media were derogatory. Kamala Harris comes out with her no taxes.
Kamala
Harris comes out with her policies on no taxes on tips, which is Donald Trump's policy, by the way. All of the headlines on mainstream media were positive and glorious and thoughtful.
I guess y'all are standing up for him because he didn't say any of this today. Well, everything you're saying is nothing he's ever said.
One of the things that we learned about her policy that she's going to roll out.
All right, you get it. So there's another. I think she does it a third time. Should we? I'm curious. Okay, let's see if she does it a third time. I'm kind of curious to see the reaction when she does it a third time. So let's get Michael Dyson's here.
Because it sounds kind of like it.
Well, look, if you like it, it's called good policy. If you don't like it, you call it pandering.
But is it really policy? I mean, price gouging?
Look, if she could do that, Lord have mercy. I mean, she might need to be the Pope as opposed to the president, but she's able at least to set the tone. Here's what's important. First of all, in terms of Kamala not speaking about Vice President Harris speaking.
You see that? I had to make sure I have to say it correct. It's kind of a, we need better. Okay, the weird stuff is working maybe for a couple more weeks, but I've said this before. We need more bullets in the motherfucking revolver. Okay, we got one bullet in the chamber right now. We need 5 more. Okay, we need more. And hopefully the manifesto, the policies that are coming out, she'll be shifting to more of that. But where's the Epstein stuff? Kamala. Okay, that's what I'm just going to go just completely wrong. Everyone's wrong. I'm right.
Well, in terms of Kamala not speaking about Vice President Harris speaking about issues, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Everybody has said that what she is doing is genius.
Oh, the big special boy is live now. Oh, Trump he's live right now. All right, we can watch. We'll watch a couple minutes after this.
Trumping Trump. So Trump is pissed.
Her campaign is being operated from a basement.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish. Trump is being
doing anything.
Trump is being undermined by Trumpian-like politics in the sense that what she's done is I understand when I'm going to speak. I understand what I'm going to say. She's going to form her policies and she's going to articulate them. Now, whether we agree with them or not is another thing. The point is the strategy is not a backfiring order. Number 2, in terms of polls, the polls are a statistical dead heat. You say that means that she's losing. I'm saying for Donald Trump to have already been president once and coming back with the same reruns, Donald Trump is in a very vulnerable position.
Talk about rerun. Kamala's.
You had it right. You almost got it.
Oh, she said it right. she said it right the first time and then wrong. That she corrected herself with the wrong one. So that tells me there might be some intention to this, that she know that this is a strategy, that she's like, she has to make sure she's employing for repeated doubling down gasoline act and not knowing better. We don't know if it's intentional for sure, but yeah, gaslighting the bullshit already the really easy way. Yeah, true. No, they feign ignorance. Don't you love it when they're like, oh, I haven't read that. Oh, can you comment on this major political thing that you obviously read and know about? Oh, I have no idea. I've never heard of that thing. Wow, that's happening? Oh, wow, I was playing Fortnite all day. I don't know. They're pathetic. I hate that they get away with that shit. I see that in the UK as well on the BBC. Oh, I haven't read about. Oh, Nigel Farage said that. I haven't read about that. Oh, that's crazy. I have no comment about that because I haven't even read it, so I don't even know. Oh, well, they made this statement. Here's the quote verbatim. Like I said, I haven't read it. I don't know what any of this is. I don't even. Where are we? Are we in the third dimension? Wow. Oh, wow. Look at this. Like a depth and wow, it's amazing. Got a Z-axis over here. This is wild. I've never existed in reality before, so I have no idea even what you're talking about. Sorry. Okay, moving on.
Rerun Kamala's.
You had it right. You almost got it.
I will say Kamala's name any way that I want to.
No, but you mispronounced her. You also.
Okay, so this is where the real heat. This is where the real points are coming in. Okay, so this is where Michael Eric Dyson here gets in on this shit. He gets off his vacuum and makes a pretty poignant statement here.
Very vulnerable
talk
position.
About rerun Kamala's.
You had it right. You almost got it.
I will say Kamala's name any way that I want to.
No, but you mispronounced her and you also misjudged her.
I just did, and I'll do it again.
Mispronouncing her name.
That's Congresswoman to acknowledge her humanity.
If I purposely mispronounced your name, that would not be appropriate.
Policies are Joe Biden's policies. She owns it.
You're normalizing that kind of viciousness, man.
33 times. She was the vice president. Joe Biden's bill.
We know that
times the deciding vote on Joe Biden's bills in the Senate.
And let me just say this, because this Congresswoman is a wonderful human being, but when
stop with this fucking language. I don't know. They brought a younger, hotter chick on here for some reason. I don't know. I'm sorry, that was misogynist. I take that back. Boo! Quit being misogynist, you bastard. She probably went to college, not like you, jackass. She was on Vice. Yeah. Where have you been? Xbox Live. Boo, fucking misogynist. Talking to me.
You disrespect Kamala Harris by saying you will call her whatever you want. I know you don't intend it to be that way. That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
So now you're calling me racist.
I didn't say.
So yeah, so this is interesting. Oh, how dare you? How dare all the racist dog whistles? I'm not racist.
That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
So now you're calling me racist.
I didn't say. I just said you weren't a
BS.
racist.
That is complete.
No, you don't have to intend racism to accomplish it.
You are intending that.
Yeah, you don't have to intend racist to accomplish it. It's very, very brilliant.
That is BS. That is complete.
You don't have to intend racism to accomplish it.
You are intending that
your disrespect of Kamala Harris is part and parcel of a tradition of disrespect.
It's offensive,
Congresswoman. Why can't you just?
I'm not calling you a racist. I'm saying what the practice is racist.
You are.
So the mispronouncing of the name is it's like a psychological thing, right? It's kind of like a dead name, where it's like, I disrespect this person and this person's ethnic identity and, this person's, at a core level, at a title level, this person is so beneath me, I'm not even going to bother pronouncing their name correctly. Because really, we shouldn't have a society with people with weird names like that. She should be a Carol or a Karen. What's a Kamabla? That's why they do it, because it's a psychological thing. It's a dog whistle. It's a dog whistle.
What's disgusting is your disrespect of her.
Professor,
this gentleman said, I didn't know her name. He's trying to do it.
Is her disrespect of women. She doesn't know what a woman is. And if 25 years ago,
white women don't have the ability to tell black women who paid the price of blood to make this country what it is, to tell them they're not real women.
25 years ago, I became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the military college of South Carolina. I fought my way through it.
So pronounce her name right.
Yeah. So you're educated and you're competent and you're perfectly capable of pronouncing your name correctly. In fact, you accidentally did it and then corrected yourself so that you would stay on message. Holy
Let me
actually pronounce her name right.
Kamala Harris. If
Kamala.
You said it. We don't call you Nancy. It's Kamala. You're doing this on purpose, Congressman.
That's disrespectful.
You can't expect people to respect your
man
service if you don't
Awkward.
that stage.
Ooh, is this conversation getting real? Ooh, are we calling someone out? Ooh, right here. That's the face. Ooh, looking to the host. Ooh, shouldn't we? This is bad TV. No, this is actually good TV. This is the whole point of TV. Calling this shit out. And they can't cut away quick enough right now. Oh my god, oh shit's getting real. Oh my god, oh shit. Oh my god. It's getting real. Run. That's what's happening in the producer's office right now. Cut away. Oh my god.
Respectful.
You can't expect people to respect your
man
service
put on
if you
a
don't
skirt
respect
and walked
hers.
that stage 25 years ago, she
You're
would
a
have
white
said
woman
it. She would have
disrespecting a
taken
black
that
woman. That is
achievement away from
problematic.
women.
That is problematic. I agree with Dyson. I agree. No, I mean, like, at first it was like, okay, we're being a little pedantic. Okay. But no. The third and the fourth time, it's okay. No, this is intentional. This is dog whistling. It should have been. I'm glad I made it to the very end. Because at first I was a little skeptical, but no, exactly. Strategy. They were kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place there. But I guarantee you, her ear was like, cut away, interrupt, cut away, get out of here. Oh, we got to get out of here. But no, I'm glad to see this called out. You know, we saw something recently as well with it was that news program where two white women, what were they saying about Kamala? I don't know. Anyway, but we're seeing more of the obvious dog whistling getting called out. You know, this guy straight up saying, "You are doing this intentionally, Congresswoman," and then Michael Eric Dyson here saying, "You are disrespecting black people by doing that." Love to see it. Notice how conservative women will play feminists. Oh yeah, no, they, you know, it's not just conservatives, but conservatives do it with a shamelessness that is unmatched. You know, when it comes to, pearl clutching, they're happy. Isn't it insane when they talk about, corporate malfeasance? Oh, these corporations are gouging you. These greedy corporations, and you're like, yeah, your donors, the guys you play golf with. Your fucking buddies? Yeah, they're fucking us over. Yeah, can you believe my buddy is fucking you over? You need to put me in charge. Yeah, off-world. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But, you know, it can work. Those kind of lies can work if there is a media apparatus, right? Because when the right-wing politician comes out and says, "Oh, greed, it's really bad," Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, the whole right-wing apparatus is, oh, yeah. Everyone's kind of in on it. That's the messaging. Oh, yeah, we're so progressive. It's election year, you know. We're so progressive now. Right? They're all in on it. And that's how those lies can stay afloat. And then, of course, on the other side, CNN, MSNBC, calling it out sometimes not calling it out. Not doing a great job. They need more Jessies, you know? Could you imagine Jesse Ventura on this? No, you're clearly being racist. You're clearly doing this intentionally. You know, he would have been all over Nancy Mace. You know, like, that's disrespectful. And he producer yelling in his ear, "Shut the hell up! I'm going to talk, man. This is the world according to Jesse. I don't need a fucking producer telling me when to cut away." You know, he's not afraid to have an awkward conversation with a gaslighter, with a fucking corrupt politician, Jesse. My judgment hasn't changed. Trump's entire campaign against Kamala so far is 300 pages of N-words said over and over again. He wishes. But yeah, no, they don't have much. You know, they're flirting with the economy stuff, which is probably the most effective direction. But it's insincere. It's so clear that Trump just wants to fall back. And there's some videos. I should have had it queued up, but there is a video. I think Jon Stewart actually once again. Trump's messaging about Biden, he just switches Biden with Kamala. And he just, Kamala, she's too old. She can't even do anything. Kamala, she likes to eat ice cream and wear aviator glasses. I mean, it's not exactly like that. But, basically little stump speech that he had against Biden. He just switches the names out. He's it's too much. But guys, there's like 80 days left. Okay, that's an eternity in politics. 80 days. That's it. That's an eternity. We haven't even had our first Kamala scandal. Real Kamala gaffe. So, it's rocky. Trump's shuffling the deck right now. He's bringing in the old campaign. Was it Lewandowski? Is that his name? Bringing him in from the 2016 campaign. The men's ain't changing their minds. He is now talking about Kamala being the leader of Joe. Yeah. So they're still playing around with messaging, and they have plenty of time to find something that sticks. What's she going to do with the entire 80 days? I'm certain she's going to win. Yeah, Tisrael. Well, I mean, we need a little bit more than weird. I don't know why they're holding on to the Epstein stuff. Maybe they're waiting on the Epstein stuff for it to get closer, but there's a lot of stuff that needs to be called out here, and I'm not seeing Kamala doing it. But anyway, what we are seeing, they are weird. It's 100%. It's totally accurate. It's working, right? Don't, keep repeating it. But it's not enough. It's not enough. Fareed Zakaria came out with a video. He did a little GPS on Kamala, and he pointed this out as well. He's like, it's effective for now, but it's not going to last until November. Kamala is going to need more substantive or just another attack line, but more. It appeals to the white audience. It does. No, it's working for now. But my God, 80 days of, Trump saying your economy sucks and you're not doing a good job. And, when Trump's really on messaging, and let's just assume he is, repeating it over and over and over again. And Kamala's like, you're weird. You're weird. Oh, that's a weird thing to say. And, and Trump's coming out with like substantive critiques over and over again. That's just not going to work, man. You're going to need more. So big room. Apparently, there's 2 debates that have been confirmed. One on Fox, one on ABC. Trump is bitching and complaining to high heaven about all of it, and I'm sure he's doing everything he can to give himself every advantage. But yeah, there's apparently 2 debates that are confirmed. Substantive only to righties. Yeah, exactly. Trump will be able not to say something weird. It's in his nature. If he's able to gish gallop and he stays away from the race stuff and identity stuff, and he stays on the economy stuff, and he can gish gallop his way through it, Trump only needs the perception of competence, the perception of leadership. He doesn't need substantive. He just needs a couple gotchas, right? But anyway, right now, the polls are reflecting the current trajectory of the election. So let's get into it. We're not going to watch this whole 3-minute clip, but let's just get into the numbers just a little bit.
The national polls first. This is Democrat
not after
Trump
his first term.
And I want to point out this is average across the same poll.
I mean, that's the reality. Tisrael, it's not like he did nothing. He got tax cuts for the rich, et cetera, et cetera. COVID stimulus, right? But that's not the manufactured reality that we're fighting against, right? So that it's almost like actual reality doesn't matter.
Look at Biden versus Trump, women and men. What we see is the gender gap is working in Donald Trump's advantage. He holds a 9-point advantage among men against Joe Biden.
Uneducated
and
white guys.
Joe Biden only held a full 4-point advantage among women. But take a look now. Look at how the race has
people
changed.
Think he'd get away with it.
Instead of having a 4-point advantage among women as Biden did, look at Harris's advantage. It leaps up to 11 points. In fact, men haven't changed their voting patterns at all, at least.
Yeah, that's so pathetic, men. That's so pathetic. I'm not wrong. Oh, everyone else is wrong. Oh. I mean, dictator for a day, it's not that big a deal. Oh, I can't vote for a black woman. Oh, that makes me erect. I can't do that.
The national polls, a 9-point advantage for Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, a 9-point advantage
They're
against
a little
Kamala
mixed
Harris.
up.
What
It's complicated over there.
Is women voters are flocking to the Democratic ticket. Look at that. 4 points versus 11 points.
Leaving racist comments on
Kamala Harris has turned
black
this
Pornhub
around.
You said this is nationally, right?
This is national.
Oh, I hated that. That sucked.
What's going on in the swing states? So let's
Leaves
take a look at
multiple
those
comments
Great Lake
over the course of a
states,
month.
Pennsylvania,
I hate
Michigan,
this video.
and
That's why I
Wisconsin.
keep
This
coming
is
back
among
to it.
registered voters. What do we see here? It's a very similar picture. Biden versus Trump women. Biden has a larger advantage in those Great Lake battleground states, according to those New York Times
uneducated
at 10 points. But again, that surge among women, we're seeing the same thing in those battleground states as we saw nationally. Kamala Harris up 17 points among women. Men, very little change. Donald Trump doing a little bit worse, but
okay, it's like the margin of error, but the margin of error has flipped. With Biden and Trump, it was like Trump was starting to pull away, but for months and months and months, like years, it was like basically 50-50 margin of error. Biden ahead a couple points in some places, Trump ahead in a couple places. But a couple weeks before Kamala, sorry, I got to get it right. A couple weeks before she took over, Trump was pulling away. The people were showing Biden fatigue, and they were not happy with Biden. And now that has been basically totally flipped, where I think Nevada is the only place where Trump has a definitive lead right now.
Still a very clear advantage.
Yeah,
but the
just
same
real, 100%.
story in the swing states as we see nationally. The gender gap was working for Donald Trump against Joe Biden,
Yeah, Ice
and
King.
now it's working against him against Kamala Harris.
I mean, I'm sorry, I don't want to be canceled here, but I think more people were disappointed than they were, empathetic towards Trump and his assassination attempt.
Is this the same, smaller, or bigger?
Yeah, big
can
room.
you put it in context?
Same here.
Is it the same that we normally see?
Yeah,
and all the white supremacists, they're all eating each other alive. Even the rats are jumping off the ship even before it's fucking left the dock. Oh, I love it.
All right, so let's take a look. Let's
Davey
go
in this
through
motherfucker.
time, particularly here. All right, this is the Democrat versus the Republican for president. Again, these are these kids.
Right. So you get it. It's basically still 50-50 margin of error, roughly, in most places. But the margin of error, it's flipped. Where Trump was a couple points ahead, it's now Kamala basically 1 or 2, 3 points ahead, right? Don't sleep for a second. The reason why the numbers are like this is because of the massive amount of people that are totally disengaged. It's Kamala showing up is not just going to wake up a bunch of people that have cynically checked out of politics. Kamala needs to spend billions with a B, billions on a get out the vote campaign, which where is it, by the way? Where the fuck is our get out the vote campaign? I want to vote or die, right? We got all these celebrities. How come celebrities aren't, you know what I mean? Like, we're getting scattered comments here and there, but where's our massive vote or die $1 billion, right? It's exciting and fun to vote, and just call this phone number and we'll help you fill everything out. And, you could be part of this amazing democratic, Obama was really successful because it was like, whoa, black guy, holy shit, you don't want to be the dude that doesn't vote for the black guy, do you? So, same thing here with Kamala. Where is it, by the way? Come on, Kamala. Let's go. So, her speech was really great. I have a quick breakdown of the speech. Here's an article covering one of the things she talked about. And I love it all. It's all great. The housing stuff, the going after bankers, going after the greedflation of the grocery store cartels. I love it. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm this guy. I'm that guy. Hey, it's that guy. It's that guy. I'm here to ruin your time. Oh, you're having fun? That's too bad, because it's that guy. He's here. He's going to tell you why you shouldn't have fun. That's right. It's that guy. Yeah, I hate to be that guy. Build Back Better. Voting Rights Act. COVID stimulus. All those just 3 examples of lies told to us by Joe Biden when he was running for president. And we tried Build Back Better. Oh, we failed, and now we're not going to try again for the rest of my administration. Oh, we tried the Voting Rights Act. Oh, well, we're not going to try again for the rest of my administration. The COVID stimulus. Oh, I know I promised 1,400, but I was actually promising only 800 because Trump gave you 400 already. Some shit like that. Bitch, you did not say that. You went the whole election saying you're going to give me more dough, and then you sit down in the chair and you're like, psych. All I am saying, exactly, Rebel Phoenix, exactly. All I am saying is that we are dealing with neoliberals. I'm voting for Kamala. I support Kamala. Okay? But I have no illusions that this shit is not going to play out the way that she's promising. It's going to get means tested. Wall Street is going to get involved, right? Oh, let's bring bipartisanship. Let's bring Wall Street into the fold so we can have a discussion on what Wall Street thinks on how we can form our legislation. Oh, by the way, Wall Street has the loudest voice. People that voted for me. I'm not mentioning that part. Wall Street has the loudest voice, by the way. We're not going to mention that. So let's not get carried away. Let's understand what we're voting for, who we are dealing with. This is a wildly corrupt and compromised, up its own ass, corporate party, the Democrats. They still respect democracy. They're not going to be attempting January 6th anytime soon. They're not doing a Project 2025, but there's a lot of fucking problems, okay? Jeff Bezos is not going to be sweating like he would if Bernie Sanders was sitting there, right? Bernie Sanders sitting there, Jeff Bezos waking up screaming in the middle of the night, "Oh my God, my money! Oh my God!" So let's just not forget who we're dealing with here. It's the bar is low. It's refreshing, and it is a breath of fresh air that a neoliberal is saying, even acknowledging that these are issues. It's a breath of fresh air. Right? It's a breath of fresh air. Hold on, I forgot to do the Trump stuff. He's doing a live. Let's take a quick peek at Trump. Sorry, I forgot. And then we'll get to the Kamala. I have Kamala highlights from her speech. Kamala highlights from her speech. Got to correct myself here. I don't want to be racist. Just the highlights from the good stuff from her recent speech, where she's talking a good game to progressives, which is something we've seen neoliberals do time and time again. But blah blah blah. All right, let's see here. Just Trump live. See what he's got for us. You're not going to be able to shoot me twice. Don't even try it. Don't even try it.
We're going to get your energy prices down by 50%. The Kamala presidency will mean death for Pennsylvania energy. Remember that. It'll mean death for Pennsylvania energy. Kamala imposed a natural gas export ban to cripple Pennsylvania energy producers. You do.
How dare you say Donald Trump is racist? How dare you? He's saying the name correct. What more do you want, you woke liberal commu-fascist? Anyway, we're doing an interview with Jordan Peterson. Let's go ahead and cut to him. Jordan Peterson dressed completely and unironically as the Riddler. Yes, indeed. Twisting his mustache. I've lost my mind. I shove stakes up my ass. That's interesting, Jordan. I love the hawking. I love the fucking merchandise hawking during the Trump speeches. It's fucking great, dude. It's really capitalist.
Starved of billions of dollars in oil and gas revenue, which means higher taxes, lower property values, worse schools, and plunging quality of life in
these people are so bored.
Of Pennsylvania that I love. I've spent a lot of time here. I told you I went to school here, the Wharton School of Finance at Penn. Under my leadership, we will make America energy independent and energy dominant, and Pennsylvania energy workers will lead the way. You're going to lead the way. It's big stuff. To further combat inflation, I will terminate Kamala Harris's Green New Scam. It's the greatest scam maybe ever
Watch out for this guy right here, bro. We got another one. Another fucking shooter confirmed, bro. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy over here.
Use them for roads and bridges, and we're going to give back a lot of money into the Treasury and pay down debt.
Homie's got a strap.
To make both new and used cars more affordable, I will end the Biden.
I want Nick Fuentes to like me. I'm going to shoot him in the head.
One of the most ridiculous things.
He's barely
applauding. One of the most
applauding.
Ridiculous things. Kamala now claims to want to cut red tape, but in less than 4 years, she's buried American families in regulations costing a typical household much.
All right, you get it. You get it. You get it. You get it. All right. He's talking crazy shit as usual. He does appear, just from that minute that we watched, he does appear to be sticking to the teleprompter. That was the big comment about that. The Republicans were actually praising Trump's latest speech because it was like, oh wow, he's more on message and cool. He's using props like Carrot Top. He's showing the price of groceries and how they changed under Biden. And wow, he's sticking on message. I'm so stoked. This is great. Oh, Trump's not freaking out. He's not a grenade anymore. So I did notice that a little bit, that he's sticking to the teleprompter a little bit more. But we only watched 1 minute. We would have to watch. What, 120 minutes? How long does he does these incredibly long rambling speeches, that the people, half the crowd leaves so that they don't get stuck in traffic. You know what I mean? It's like watching a fucking baseball game. Oh, what are we at? 7th inning? They won. Our team won. Can we go? Fuck, man. I've been sitting in the hot sun for 3 hours. Can we go? You can only drink so many $16 beers before you're like, I'm fucking broke here. I'm barely drunk and I'm hot and this sucks and I don't care who wins. I just don't want to be stuck in traffic. That's what a Trump speech is like.
Vice President Kamala Harris laid out her economic vision for the future today during a campaign rally in the battleground state of North Carolina.
In her first major policy speech, the Democratic candidate for president vowed to strengthen America's middle class by creating what she calls an opportunity economy. Harris framed her economic...
I totally disagree, Davey. I think some of the most boring sports can be some of the most fun when you actually go there. Maybe golf, not so much, because it's just fucking, man, it's golf. You know what I mean? You're just standing there. Anyway, so maybe golf, but I don't know. I love going to baseball games. I love going to, to hockey games. It's a lot of fun in Canada. Let me tell you, the Canadians love their hockey, dude. It's so much fun. Even the small games, they're out, they're pumped. It's great. It's a good time. So I disagree. I don't know. I have more fun when I'm there than, because I mean, I show up completely fucking wasted, high as hell. Last baseball game I went, I ate 2 containers of weed blueberries. They have these like chocolate covered blueberries, with THC chocolate. I ate 2 fucking containers. I was completely fucking blitzed the entire baseball game. I'm drinking like, $18 Baileys. My wife said I ordered 6 Baileys. Like, she was like, what the fuck is this credit card? How are you spending hundreds of dollars? I was like, I kept getting Baileys because it's delicious. I had a lot of fun. I get completely wasted. I have a lot of fun.
Agenda as forward-thinking and future-driven, calling her opponent's policies a step backwards.
Oh, completely
KTLA's John Finolio joins us in studio with the latest developments tonight in the race for the White House. John?
Well, here, Micah, tonight, Vice President Harris detailing an ambitious economic plan for her first 100 days in office, trying to stand out as a...
Davey, you need a manic pixie girl in your life. You know that? You need a Dharma to your Greg over here, okay? You need somebody special to show you the fruits of life, my friend. Where's your Dharma? Can someone help Davey out? Is there a Dharma in the audience that would like a Greg? I got a Greg lined up for you, man. He needs a life experience. My God, Davey.
Change candidate who will confront inflation and bring costs down.
Is this guy a quarterback?
But her opponent insists her plan is just a repackaging of President Biden's agenda.
Okay.
Back in battleground North Carolina, Vice President Kamala Harris unveiling details of her economic agenda in her first policy address since becoming the Democratic presidential nominee.
Love the nachos.
As president, I will be laser focused on creating opportunities for the middle class that advance their economic security, stability, and dignity.
Harris acknowledging that despite falling inflation numbers, many Americans are still struggling.
Costs are still too high.
Yeah. So what's refreshing about this? Let's not get it. We're smarter than this. This is the news underground. Y'all are regulators. We're not stupid. We know what we're doing. We're voting strategically. We know who we support. We know who we are, most of us. And that's okay if you don't. So we know all of this isn't going to happen, especially not in the way that she's going to promise. Maybe we'll get some means-tested stuff, right? We'll, some slaps on the wrist for the oligarchs, right? What's refreshing is that she's even talking about it. Joe Biden I don't know what the fuck that guy was talking about. He'd start talking about one thing and mumble into another thing, or just like lose his train of thought, and none of it was really appealing coming out of his mouth. So the very fact that we have the representative of the Democratic Party acknowledging these issues at all, believe it or not, is a step up. Is a step up. The very fact that they're even talking about it is a step up. But you didn't respond to she's pro-fracking. Yeah. Well, she did the same thing. Let's not forget. Remember Kamala coming out here, when Bernie Sanders was running, meekly holding her hand up when asked about, do you support single-payer health care? And then what was it, 1 week or 2 weeks later? Slight correction. No, I totally support corporate health care. I don't support single-payer health care. I totally support corporate health care. So she's not above saying something for political advantage and then totally 180ing on it later. Let's not get it twisted. I'm still supporting her. Way better than an orange fascist who is more concerned with his own legal issues than he is with the country. This is politics, man. It sucks so bad. I want to give you something better. I'm that parent that wants to give you better, and I can't. This is what we got. We got the turd sandwich and we got the douche. So pick one. The Trump is the douche. Okay, we're not going to get sexist with this stuff. Okay, guys, come on. Come on, blah.
Deeper level, for too many people, no matter how much they work, it feels so hard to just be able to get ahead.
Among her proposals, $25,000 in down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. An expanded child tax credit of up to $6,000 for...
Love it. I have memories of Joe Biden. I have memories of Build Back Better. You get the point. We all get the point. We're still voting Kamala. But, all right, I'm just worried about y'all, okay? Don't get your hopes up, okay? Let's not forget who we're fucking dealing with. Is this woman going to have a mandate when she gets into office? Her mandate is that she's not an orange fascist, okay? She could rip off her panties day one and fucking let her freak flag fly, and everyone would be like, yeah, well, it's still better than Trump, right? Where are those panties at?
Families with newborns.
I don't know why I said any of that.
And she wants to fight inflation with a federal ban on corporate price gouging on groceries.
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy.
Inflation is now at its lowest point in 4 years, currently below 2.9%. But prices are still up, almost 20% from the same period in 2020.
The middle class is one of America's greatest strengths. And to protect it, then, we must defend basic principles, such as your salary should be enough to provide you and your family with a good quality of life.
Former President Trump pouncing on inflation, insisting the Biden-Harris administration has failed on the economy.
Kamala Harris is a radical California liberal who broke the economy, broke the border, and broke the world, frankly.
Crush? I am not attracted to extremely attractive, strong black women who are very, professional and strong. How dare you?
This as the Harris campaign is hammering Trump for saying the...
And who keeps putting marijuana in the bathroom? God. Quit it.
Presidential Medal of Freedom, given to civilians, is better than the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest military decoration given to service members who have distinguished themselves by acts of valor.
It's actually
This motherfucker handed out these medals like candy to some of the most disgusting toads and ghouls in America. It's a better award than the Medal of Honor. Is there no low? There really isn't a low. There's no low. There's nothing he wouldn't debase. God.
Much better because everyone gets the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's soldiers. They're either in very bad shape because they've been hit so many times by bullets, or they're dead.
Harris also says her administration will...
Shocking. Utterly. Oh, and we're supposed to believe that he didn't say veterans are suckers. Shocking. One more time. I mean, that is shocking. Jaw-dropping. Jaw-dropping audacity.
Valor.
It's actually much better because everyone gets the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's soldiers. They're either in very bad shape because they've been hit so many times by bullets, or they're dead.
So that's the logic behind those comments that he supposedly made about veterans being suckers. What do you mean? They're dead. They lost. They're losers. People who die are losers. Look, he has a very unique brain. It's like, look, man, rich people disconnected from reality can say some extremely fucked up shit. I do not, Davey. Never. Maybe a little.
Harris also says her administration will build 3 million new housing.
Don't means test me. No, this strong black woman's gonna mean test my underwear away. Oh, no.
Units, as well as wipe out medical debt for some 3 million Americans. Meantime.
Oh, yeah, borderline feline. I totally forgot the disgusting comments Donald Trump made to about John McCain. Disgusting, literally. Mastermind, is Russia justified in invading Ukraine? Is that a justified invasion? Moving on to the next clip. So this is great. Fox News clip. For some reason, they let one liberal on Fox News. They let one lefty on Fox News. She's in the 5. And she's the only one, dude. And you know what? She's got rock hard balls. And I actually envy her. I would love this job. I would fucking love this job. Mastermind, you have 10 seconds to answer the question, yes or no. Is Russia justified in its invasion? It's a very simple question. If you don't answer that question, you will be forced to leave. Okay? Oh, my free speech. Oh, my free speech. No, this is... No. No. Give me a yes or no. Is Russia justified in its invasion of Ukraine? Yes or no? The thing with the tax... okay. So, yeah, this is about the tax on tips policy. Welcome, bear with 2 guns. Holy shit. Like, shoulder mounted? Or are you just carrying 2, man? You're just double fisting it? Come on, you're a bear, dude. Put that shit on your shoulders. Right? You got the fucking claws? Hell yeah. Okay, anyway, sorry, getting distracted. Bear pig was. So, no. Russia is not justified in invading Ukraine. There we go. Hey, look at that. Wow. Had no choice. Go ahead and continue to try and inject a bunch of defeatism and doubt into what Ukraine is doing. The masterstroke that Ukraine, that we're going to be going over, all the clips, over 2,000 POWs that Ukraine has captured so far, the fact that they're expanding across this open border to maybe even take more, masterstroke. Yeah, go ahead and continue to inject it. Ukrainian invasion. Oh, they're going for Moscow. Ah! Right, go ahead and continue to inject doubt and defeatism into the chat there. It will entertain us. Anyway, there's been discussion about this policy. Yeah, I think they can. I think Russia can. To answer your question, yeah. Russia is pulling resources away from other frontline areas, dumping into that region. Yeah, they could take it back if they dump enough resources into it. Sure. Yeah. Ukraine's digging in though, big time. You know, Ukraine has room to retreat. And how long does it take Russia to take? It takes thousands and thousands of men to take a few kilometers back from Ukraine, right? And Ukraine strategically and slowly backs off when it makes sense, not allowing themselves to be surrounded. Every single minute killing as many fucking Russians as they can, doing it. So yeah, Russia can technically do that, but the amount of resources that they're going to have to dump into getting Kursk back is going to be epic. Going to be epic. What media is saying that? The media is saying Russia has nothing left to defend? No media is saying that. I am obsessed with the media, okay? I'm completely fucking obsessed with the news. And there's not a left or right wing network I've seen with that narrative. So I think you're just making shit up, bro. Anyway, Kamala, the discussion about no taxes on tips. Oh, no taxes on tips for waitresses, no taxes on tips for, other industries where you get a tip. Okay, that's neat. That's not what Trump is talking about. Trump would, as she's going to explain here, the policy that Trump would implement would allow no taxes on tips for any industry. So all of a sudden, Jeff Bezos gets a $30 billion tip because it can no longer be taxed. So that's what Trump is talking about. And of course, what is Kamala talking about? Well, specifically, people in the service industry, very specific industries, waitresses mainly, who are already getting underpaid. Right. So we got two big differences in this policy. Quite frankly, I don't like either of them, but I'm more okay because of the fact that waitresses are for some insane reason. The restaurant industry is so powerful they've been able to do this, but for some reason, waitresses get paid way, way less. The minimum wage is different for waitresses for some reason, and they've become wholly dependent for a living wage on their tips. So that whole system is cockamamie. So I disagree with Davey specifically about waitresses because, like, Davey, you do agree that waitresses are intentionally paid less. There's special rules for waitresses where they get paid less. So here's the compromise, and this is where Davey is going to earn his stripes as the most honest conservative, because I have a good idea of which direction he's going to go in. So don't disappoint me, Davey. But no, Davey, you would agree that waitresses should be paid a normal wage like everybody else at normal minimum wage and be taxed normally like every other worker. And of course, above minimum wage, ideally, but at least minimum wage. You, Davey, don't believe that waitresses should be intentionally underpaid and have their wages, right, depend on tips. You agree with that, right? Just remove that whole thing. Waitresses should be paid minimum wage. You agree with that? And just tax them normally like every other person. Right, Davey? Because if they're paid normal, tipping culture goes down, paying no more than 5% of the bill. But right now, Davey, you have to acknowledge that right now, specifically, if nothing is going to change, that waitresses are intentionally getting paid less than minimum wage, and a tax break could actually make up that difference on the tips. You agree with that? Just the concept of that. You do agree that that concept exists, right? The fact that their wages are intentionally depressed, they get paid less than minimum wage, tips are expected, and having a break on those tips would make up that difference, right? If we're not going to do anything about them being intentionally paid less than minimum wage, if we're not going to change that, this could help them make up that difference, a tax break on their tips. Right? Sure, more money will go into their pocket, and they will live in a society that they don't contribute to. So they're just going to hoard that money like a bunch of fucking, rich guys? Is that what they're going to do, Davey? Oh, yeah, I'm a waitress. I can't wait to put more money in the bank. That's what waitresses do, right? They're not going to contribute to society. So they're not going to buy food, clothing, resources, homes, rent. They're not going to spend any of that money, huh? They're a bunch of little Warren Buffetts going to put that money in an overseas bank, right? So you're wrong. You're wrong, Davey. You're wrong on that one, buddy. Anyway, she breaks it down. Like I said, she's the only liberal on Fox. I don't even know why they let her on. But she breaks down the difference in the two policies, what Trump is advocating for and what Kamala is advocating for. They don't contribute to schools and roads, really. So none of those goods and services and the rent they pay, none of those taxes they pay, huh, go into any of that, really. What are you talking about, man? Quit floundering. Quit floundering, bro. Oh no, they're not going to contribute. See, but at least Davey, like I said, he's the only honest conservative on planet Earth. At least Davey would agree. Okay, fine, just pay waitresses a normal wage then. Like, just remove that, underpay them rule. Yeah, they're primarily, and that should change. You agree, Davey, right? That the fact that they are primarily paid in tips, that's totally ass backwards. That's completely fucked. Only industry in the world in America, the only industry in America where that exists. Completely fucking fucked concept. You do agree that should just be fucked. Yeah, pay them a normal minimum wage and tax them normally. You do agree with that. Because that's what I would do. I would say, no, just no more underpaying them. I wouldn't do this tax stuff. I would say, no, we're just going to remove that special rule. And, and I'm sorry, restaurants of the world, what I would do to the small mom and pop restaurants is that I would give them a subsidy for this change. I would say, look, I understand, going from $5 an hour to $15 an hour for, all of your employees is going to cost an incredible amount of money. Here's a government subsidy for 5 to 10 years, right, to help you so that your business doesn't go out of so you don't go out of business with this massive change. Because that is a pretty big change. That's a massive payroll change, right? Because some of these waitresses are getting paid $4 or $5 an hour, dude. It's unbelievable. $2, $3, $4 an hour. I kid you not. Right? So if you're going to tell employers, okay, yeah, you got to give them the federal minimum wage. Is the federal minimum still at 7 something? Oh my God. Is it really? I thought it was at 15. Yes, sir, Robinson, you went, we're now going to pay you more. If you can squeeze more money out of customers, you can keep some of it. Yeah, it's a completely fucked system. So I would just get rid of that system altogether. But like I said, $7.25, that's the federal minimum wage. My God. At the same time, though, I do understand a mom and pop restaurant would be destroyed if you're like, oh yeah, double the payroll for most of your staff. Bye. You're fucked. Bye. So a subsidy would need to be involved there, but I would just get rid of the whole cockamamie system. We're not going to pay you more. Yeah. They would. No, and Davey is correct. They would, because if certain so this is the thing. Certain waitresses in high-end restaurants and nice restaurants, in restaurants that do brisk business, successful restaurants, waitresses can come out with buku bucks. Make way more than minimum wage. Okay? Waitresses that work at the fucking diner, at the Greasy Spoon Diner, 8 hours a day, they're lucky to get $30 in tips. Okay? So it's not the same for everybody, Davey. Let's not pretend like that's the case. But Davey is correct. There would be a contingent of waitresses that would not be for this because, yeah, that's, I would say you should make minimum wage and if they want to give you a tip, you should, you could be able to get a tip and those tips should be taxed, yada, yada. But you should get the tips and the minimum wage. That's what I would say to waitresses that would be disagreeing with me. Oh, that's great. That's going to fuck up my life. No. You're going to get a minimum wage and whatever tips that you can get because, of your industry. Well, I mean, ideally, tipping would be removed. I do agree with that. It's annoying. Ideally, tipping would be gone. That's a whole other thing, though. That's a whole other, that's a cultural thing. You know what I mean? That's stopping tipping completely would be like stopping people from tipping coins into the water fountains across America, right? Or across the world. Like, okay, you're not really going to be able to stop this. People, there are industries where tipping has, become integral to that relationship, right? So, but it's totally out of hand. It's completely out of hand in Canada. It's like spreading like a virus. It's like, yo, this is a post office, dog. I'm not giving you a tip, dog. What the fuck is going on? So anyway, that's the discussion. We're okay. The clip time, for God's sakes.
Well, the thing with the no tax on tips policy, which the
shut up, Davey, with your hyperbolic nonsense. Of course not. Of course not. hyperbolic conservative nonsense. What are you, Rush Limbaugh?
Well, the thing with the no tax on tips policy, which the Democratic senators have endorsed, and it is has bipartisan popularity,
Parker, I
but there
agree.
is a distinction between the way the Democrats would do it and the way that Trump would do it. So the way the
Mastermind is
Kamala Harris
correct.
plan would work is there would be an income limit, because right now there's a loophole
Thank
in
you for that
Trump's
follow-up,
approach
Parker.
which would allow people like corporate lawyers, for instance, to take advantage of it, or people who work at hedge funds. So they want to make sure that it's actually for people who are earning low wages. And I should note that the Culinary Union came out and endorsed Kamala Harris. Donald Trump went on this whole thing like, I'm so good for the servers, and he did this in Las Vegas. They talked to a woman who said, you know,
Yeah, Davey, are you trying to burn me? Because yeah, no, of course I don't want these things. And you could easily do legislation, a policy that is specific to waitresses that are only earning a certain amount, et cetera, et cetera. You're pretending, you know, for the sake of your own argument, you're pretending that we're advocating for insanity, you know, and that's not what we're advocating for at all. So knock it off. You know, where do you think you are, man?
my tips are getting taxed, and the Culinary Union didn't care and endorsed Kamala, who they believe will be better for her.
But it was not her.
Well, the thing
Yeah, so there you go. Little explanation. It is a hot button issue, and honestly, I don't know if it's a winning policy. And Davey, what I'm saying is that your intentional misinterpretation would be a Pandora's box. Yes, your hyperbolic misinterpretation of what we're talking about would absolutely be a Pandora's box. Boy, golly gee, it's a good thing we're not fucking talking about your dishonest, intentionally dishonest interpretation of what we're talking about. It's a good thing that that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about something very, very specific. A waitress making X amount of money, right? Narrowed down, very specific kind of policy. And you're like, oh, it's a slippery slope. Oh, that means everything's going to be tax-free. Oh, you're just going to remove all taxes from everything, huh? Oh, okay, Sally, calm the fuck down. All right, unbunch the panties. Oh, I bunch them up intentionally. Oh, I got a real problem with this. Okay, calm down. Not what we're talking about. Anyway, here was a tweet that I thought you guys might find useful. This is kind of a breakdown of the current promises, I guess you could call this the manifesto. Make America tax-free again. Yeah, fuck that. Libertarians are the absolute scumbags of the political world. I'm so sick and tired of them. And you got Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball still doing interviews with libertarians like they have a single goddamn useful thing to provide. Have you seen their Twitter presence? The libertarians? Oh, we should destroy the Constitution. I can't believe democracy's getting in the way. Yeah, Davey, that is pretty funny. That's how far, you know, you guys claim to be conservative, right? Conservative when it comes to the oligarchy. Maybe. But anyway, here's a list. Unveiled an aggressive economic policy agenda. These are winners. These are total winners. This is like much better than what Joe Biden was offering. Frankly, it's much better than what I think Barack Obama was offering. It feels more substantive. It feels more weighty. Some of these things. Like, this is a real acknowledgement of some of the pain and grief that regular Americans have been going through. So this is a real acknowledgement of these issues, and this is smart politics. This is smart politics. You know, $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers. I mean, it's nothing. 25G, right? She better do it. She better actually do something about. She acknowledged it in the speech. She said, you know, these corporate entities that are buying up. She said hundreds of houses. Honey, it's tens of thousands. So she's downplaying it in the speech, but whatever. But you're going to actually have to do something about it, because if you don't, 25 grand is a fucking spit in the face. 25 grand, fuck, that barely covers the goddamn fees. Yeah, mastermind, good point. Yeah, no, Davey, it's not really. 25G when you need like, I mean, well, to your down payment. Yeah. No, to your initial down payment. Yeah. But it's like I said, if this is the only thing you're going to do, right? Not enough. But she does talk about more. She talks about building more homes. Is that even on this list? No. So in the speech, she said she's talking about building, what was it? 3 million more homes. Yeah, but you got to live in Pennsylvania, dog. No one want to live in Pennsylvania. I was about to go on a rant about corporations, and I realized that you probably thought that before and came to your own conclusion already. I don't really like corporations controlling our government. Yeah, $6,000 child tax credit. It's something. Okay, bring this back. Yep. Elimination of medical debt. So this is actually a pretty big one. So it's not the elimination of medical debt. It's saying that credit companies can't force you into bankruptcy because of your medical debt. So you can rack up the medical debt all day to our private health insurance companies. It's just that you can't get kicked out of your home and go bankrupt. Lose everything, right? The bill just gets bigger and bigger, right? Until you die. But then, the next step to something like this, where they're not going to do anything about the monster debt, but they're just going to allow the monster debt to accumulate. The next step is debt inheritance. They're going to, bankers and whatnot, they're going to say, hey, you can't just die. You owe us hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can't just die and then all of a sudden you don't owe me that money. Your offspring, your family needs to pay that debt. So if we're not going to do anything about the rampant exploitation that these industries are participating in, the price is going up and up and up and up and up indefinitely. And just, okay, well, the debt doesn't destroy your life, but you continue to accumulate it. Proposing to cancel medical debt for millions of Americans by using federal funds to buy and forgive outstanding medical debt from healthcare providers. So money given directly to health insurance companies. Cool. Hey, how about we get rid of these health insurance companies, these healthcare providers? How about we just eliminate that completely? Can't we just strike this debt? We got to pay it back, huh? With our taxpayer money, huh? Well, someone's got to pay it. Oh, I got 600 yachts to worry about. I don't expect this to happen at all, quite frankly. I don't expect any of this to happen under a Kamala Harris administration. But hey, at least she's talking about it. With how rich the USA is, why can't they literally just have free healthcare like the EU? Well, I mean, we're not that rich. We technically, I guess we could do that, but but we could easily afford. We could easily afford a single payer healthcare program. Every American pays like $5 into the system, and then everything would be taken care of. Oh no, we can't. We got it. We have to have a multi-billion-dollar industry designed to siphon away as much money as possible, right in the smack dab in the middle of the healthcare world. We have to have it. We have to have this totally unreasonable middleman that is doing everything it can to rip us off. We have no choice. That's the only way to do a healthcare system, guys, is to have just rampant exploitation. It's the only way. Cap on prescription drug costs, right? So, yeah, that's something. That's something that's good. Earned income tax credit expansion. All right, drop in the bucket. Nice, not bad. Affordable Care Act subsidies. So once again, money just. We're not going to do anything about the exploitation. We're not going to do anything about the privatization of this system. But we will take your taxpayer money and give it directly to this multi-billion-dollar, organization. Yeah. Oh, no problem. Here you go. Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as a free lunch. We can't have a completely tax-free system and expect single-payer healthcare and all that. But we could tax the rich. We can tax the shit out of the rich, and their lifestyle would be almost unaffected. Oh well, I had to sell my 17th Bugatti. I can only have 16 now. You fucking liberals, fucking commies. I was gonna have a whole fleet of Bugattis, but now I can't anymore. I was gonna have a Bugatti rally. right? So that's how their lifestyle is going to be affected if taxes were to go up on them. But isn't it funny? In the UK and in the United States, the neoliberals and whatever you want to call the Labor Party, the one thing that they take off the fucking table, taxing the rich. Oh, we can't afford it. We can't afford it, right? Keir Starmer's whole plan is dependent on growth because we just can't afford it, and we're not going to talk about taxing the rich. Well, it's the same thing over here with the neoliberals in the United States. Oh, well, we gotta devise plans. We gotta figure out where the money is from. Oh yeah, what about these obscenely rich billionaires that are sitting on money, for days, for centuries, more rich than the sultans, of kingdoms from hundreds of years ago, right? Oh well, we can't touch that. Ooh, what about innovation? Oh, we can't stifle innovation. If we tax the rich, then they won't invent fun toys for us. They won't invent fun gadgets for us. We won't have an iPhone if we tax the rich. Rich taxes, like literally as of this week. Yeah, they talk. They do a whole lot of this, don't they? Hey, and at least in those areas, I'll just take your word for it. At least in those areas, they're talking about it, where Keir Starmer is taking it off the table. And of course, here in the United States, it's mind hold, right? It's just fucking erased from your memory. There are rich people that we can tax more. I thought it was impossible to tax. I thought it was bad for the economy to tax rich people. That's what Stuart Varney said on fucking CNN Money. He said taxing rich people is bad. And Mr. Wonderful said that too. Mr. Wonderful said that. Mr. Wonderful said more taxes on the rich would hurt the economy. Yeah, well, France is definitely a special case, isn't it? Even with Macron there, who is, in French terms, Macron is considered conservative, but the pressure is still there. I'll take your word for what you're saying. And thank you for the correction. Yeah, because it isn't across all of Europe. So this was a really great rant. This guy has an epic beard. He's outside. He's probably like watering or feeding his dogs or something. So he decided to pop in and do a quick viral TikTok because that's how it works now. Look at this, 654,000 views over here. This guy is like taking a leak in his fucking backyard or something. Decides to rip one out here real quick. But he's 100% correct. He's 100% correct over here. And I'd crack a beer with this guy any day.
They gave y'all a super cop and a white dude from the Midwest who likes to hunt and fish in his off time, and y'all still bitched about it.
That's right.
In fact, not only did you bitch about it, y'all are out here openly defending a rapist who's also a Hollywood elite, and his running mate is a suburbanite cosplay cowboy. And that is what y'all are defending.
Yep.
Against the super cop and the guy who hunts and fishes. Y'all don't get to say you're the party of law and order anymore, and you damn sure don't get to say you just want somebody normal.
Yep.
The Democrats are quite literally running the ideal Republican ticket.
It's so true. It's so fucking true, man.
And y'all are on here talking about we want the guy from New York City.
Yeah.
Y'all don't even make sense to your motherfucking selves anymore. This shit is crazy. Oh, wait, I get it. The super cop is a black woman, and the white guy from the Midwest has a D in front of his name, so that automatically makes them bad and evil, right?
Pretty much.
Anyways, rest of y'all have a wonderful evening. I'm finna go chase this bag at work. Keep the motherfucking boots out your motherfucking mouth, and yeehaw, fuck the law. I will see y'all down the line.
See, I like this guy. He's all right. Keep them boots out your motherfucking mouth. Quit licking them fucking boots. Take a couple tips from this guy, Davey. So the guy who almost got assassinated is an insider. Insider? I don't know what are we talking about? Why is he talking like a hillbilly? I think he's a hillbilly. I think he's on his way to his refrigerator repair job. He's gonna go fix some ACs, right? Maybe go clean a pool. Because this is what America looks like. That's why. Tisrael. If you wish to know more about it, the strongest EU country specifically implementing measures to crack down on the rich buying up property. That's okay. That's really good news. Airbnb. If you have any kind of video that I could maybe take a look at or show the stream, I'd appreciate a link. Bear with two guns, because that it's great. Bernie Sanders is constantly talking about how other European countries have the solution that America needs to implement. Oh, too many people. It's too many people. It's impossible. It's impossible. No, the fuck it isn't. Don't listen to the bad actors and conservatives who think it's going to somehow benefit them to keep a fucking rich oligarchy in charge of critical services. Really, country cracking out Airbnb style rentals. Yeah, that's good to see. Airbnb getting cracked down on. I mean, it's so egregious, the Airbnb stuff. Have you fucking seen the defense spending? Yeah, it's a little egregious. It's a little egregious. It's what I'd answer to, we don't have the money. No, exactly. Well, but if we don't give Israel everything it asks for, how will we have peace in the Middle East? So, speaking of festering boils stuck on your ass cheek and you know, causing you to itch your ass cheek every 5 seconds. Wait, we were talking about that? Oh, well, we're talking about that now because it's Elon Musk. Old Muskie. You know, I just thought he's coming up in the news, so I just thought I'd point out a few things here. How does the USA spend so much money don't have? What do you mean we don't? We do have the money. That's what's interesting. It's like it's more complicated than that. Finances for countries like the United States. With that said, we do need to reduce our debt. The debt burden does need to be reduced. Good thing that we're going to hopefully get a Democrat in office who historically, if you look at their economic policies, pay back the debt. They do a great job of paying back. Look at the Clintonian economic policies, man. So, you know, Republicans love to rack up that George Bush, even Ronald motherfucking Reagan, man, racking up the bill, putting all that money on the credit card, or purchases on the credit card, sorry. If you don't throw in a buck of $5, who will? Exactly. I got $5 on it. GOP economy plan, pay out my friends and blame it on the Dems. Pretty much. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated, but yeah, you got the gist. Is responsible for the entire debt. No, not the entire debt, but you know, Nixon, if you want to talk about responsible, the person really responsible, it's the gold standard removal. It's Nixon. But let's come on, guys. Let's leave that for that's Bush League stuff. Let's get to the good stuff here. Elon Musk's financial woes at X have Tesla bulls fearing he will liquidate more stock. So he made an excuse just recently, and they're straight up blocking Brazil. They're done working in Brazil. They made some excuse. Oh, the politician there made me mad, so we're closing. You know, freeze. The Brazilian government did contact X specifically asking them to censor something. So. Right. Good on them for not censoring it. That's fine, and transparency. But that's not why he's doing this. The reason why he's doing it is because he's running out of money. And the real question is he aware of that? I think he's aware of it. I think he doesn't care. I think he's like, yeah, I'll find the money. I'll get it. It's right-wing conservatives understand the value of Twitter being a right-wing hellhole, of being a right-wing echo chamber. People are still by default. It's like, you know, it's become part of the zeitgeist, and we haven't been able to replace it. It's Twitter, and you know, Blue Sky I think is gaining some momentum. Mastodon is out there. It's nice. It's an open source alternative, so that's good. You know, Mastodon's really like the underground social media. I need to get with that more. Mastodon's never going away. I don't think. You know, there'll always be some kind of fork or, you know, something like Mastodon. But, you know, society hasn't switched over to Blue Sky, which I thought was going to be like an instant switch. I thought people were going to be excited to go over to Blue Sky, and that's just not the case. So there's power in that. What I'm trying to say is that this social media company doesn't need to make money for it to be valuable. You see what I mean? Elon Musk knows it. Right-wing assholes know it. Steve Bannon knows it. Right? They understand, even though it's completely enshittified, and he's making it even worse every single day with new things being removed. Trying to squeeze money out of you. They're well aware of all that. But anyway, headline over here from Fortune: Elon Musk financial woes at X have Tesla bulls fearing he will liquidate more stock. He may very well. He might dump it, but I don't think he's ever going to sell it. I think he's going to hold on to it, drive it into the ground, but still be in charge of it because, like I said, it's more valuable to him as a propaganda tool until society throws it away, right? Until society throws this shit away, and we're not. We're just not. Indie video game devs, politics, news agencies. There's some. I think there was some recent something in the UK. Maybe the UK government or something like that. They said we're no longer going to post on X. So very slowly, but it's still the default. Twitter. It's still, there isn't a replacement for Twitter, is there? Right? It's still kind of the default right now. And until that changes, he has power. He has a lot of power, right? It's not really about the money. I wanted to show this here, these shit boxes that are called Cybertrucks. Literally, the worst designed, cheapest vehicle I think ever produced. Crap. At every level. Total garbage. One of the worst designed vehicles ever made. Well, but you're safe inside. No, you're not. There's no crumple zone. You're actually super duper fucked inside. But anyway. Yeah, it's Bear with Two Guns. It is an embarrassment. It is the Homer car personified. It is the Homer car. It is a reflection of one man's ego. We've gone into detail, Bear with Two Guns. We've shown the weak frame, the how you can pull the panels off because they're glued on. The fact that all the systems are daisy chained, so if you have a failure in one system, the rest of the systems can no longer communicate with each other because there's one Ethernet cable going through the whole car, etc., etc., etc. The goddamn thing is an absolute disgusting. It's one of the worst design cars in mankind's history, bar none. I feel utterly confident saying that. I'm not saying that just because I hate Elon Musk. And I absolutely despise him. Okay? I don't say that about the Tesla. Okay? There's some merit to the Tesla, to the Roadsters. Right? I don't like them. I'm never going to buy one. They depreciate like a motherfucker. But they're a legitimate car that's not going to kill you. Or fall apart instantly. These, they talk about this vehicle being ideal for the apocalypse. This is the #1 vehicle to get your ass killed in the apocalypse. Who was the Cybertruck made for? This guy right here. This asshole. That's who the Cybertruck was made for. This piece of shit. Of all the people, right? How in the world did Elon Musk go, okay, yeah, we got to send one out to what, Belarus? Kardyarov, I can never say his name correctly. Right? Over in Belarus, right? Oh, but he straps on a fucking machine gun. Look at this nobody there. Is this Russia? Oh, is he in Russia? But right, leader of the Kardyavites, Chechnya. Okay, it's Chechnya. That's where. Come on, Chechnya isn't Russia. Maybe technically, but we all know the fucking truth about that one. Chechnya is just waiting for its opportunity to free itself from the bondage of Russia. I'm hesitant to call it Russian. Look at this guy. What? I bet you that's a $10,000. Look at this idiot with the fucking ammo. Ah! They are such clowns. I can't show you this, but it's in the Discord. A Kardyavite general was just taken out. These guys are clowns. They're TikTok fighters. Now, some of these battalions are no joke, right? Allah Akbar, badasses. A lot of them are posing as chumps. Yeah. This guy put his son, he made his teenage son a general or something in his military. Yeah, no, we've covered his sons, Davey. You know, but I just, once again, how did Elon Musk, we're getting these out to Russia, huh? Right? How is this even legal for Tesla? Right? I thought there was all kinds of sanctions and all kinds of, we're supposed to be preventing this. Where are you, Joe Biden? Right? We got Elon Musk selling them Starlink and making sure Starlink is activated for the Russians, so the Russians get the Starlink advantage, just like the Ukrainians. Now, Joe Biden, a fucking sleep, dude. Snoozing. Letting Elon Musk completely embarrass him and his government. Subvert the U.S. government, dude. Elon Musk dancing all over the military-industrial complex. You can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. I can subvert your proxy war in the Ukraine. I can do whatever I want. I'm a billionaire. The U.S. government and Joe Biden doing nothing about it. Spitting in our face. Davey's probably right, though. It was probably, probably wasn't a direct sale from Tesla shipped over to Russia. You're probably correct. Davey talking about how it was, probably imported from Saudi Arabia or somewhere else. India, Germany, who knows. Epic Allah Akbar units with us in the room right now. They exist. There's some legitimate units that can hold their own. Cardiovites. There's some legitimate units. But their TikTok presence is a total fucking joke. I can tell you that. Emptying clips into empty bushes and, doing little marches, little drone sessions. Well, Bear with Two Guns, the Cybertruck comes pre-sabotaged. I bet you the fucking truck broke down minutes later after this propaganda video was done. Like, I don't fucking care. Take it to the dump. Who cares? We're done. All right, I got to play with the toy. I'm done. Get out of here. The machine gun's way more valuable than the vehicle. I can tell you that. Yeah, they're going to get that machine gun off there. That's for sure. What a joke. God damn it. I wish I had time for this, but I've been babbling for almost 3 hours now. And I wanted to talk about Ukraine, at least for a little bit before I go. But rest assured, we will be talking about this video. It's a very important video. The leaked Project 2025 videos, just an analysis of those videos, the plans that are within. Don't believe the gaslighters. This is legitimate. This is really happening. Don't believe the Ryan Macbeths. Oh, it's just the Heritage Foundation. They're not so bad, guys. Come on. Yeah, Bear with Two Guns. He's a piece of shit. He's a rich oligarch, so of course he supports the right-wing conservative fascists, right? He's just like Bloomberg and all the rest. The machine gun serves a purpose at the very least. Yeah, good point, Omnom. The only legitimization fighter in Russia was Yevgeny Prigozhin as Wagner, and they were all the worst scum, but they were effective. Yeah, Wagner definitely, when Prigozhin was in charge, yeah, they were ruthless. They were absolutely ruthless. So this video was just recently posted in the chat. Please give yourself props. Was this you, Tisriel? Let me know. Great video, and I wanted to play it for you guys because it absolutely is. It's just a great, just one of those. It's good to see this presence on social media. These lefty presence on social media. We need more of it. That was not me. Well, whoever did post this, thank you so much in the Discord. I appreciate it.
Problems over the past 30 out addressing these problems over the past 30 years. Look what happened, boomers. No one fixed the housing supply when.
So he's talking about boomers right here. So he's,
without addressing.
So, the boomers are constantly, oh, we didn't do it. We're the victims. We didn't do anything. What are you talking about? This guy, he's got the receipts here. No, there was actually, you made things worse. You actively made things worse for your own benefit as an entire generation. One of the most selfish generations in American history. The baby boomers.
These problems over the past 30 years. Look what happened, boomers. No one fixed the housing supply when they saw that it was a disaster in 2012. They allowed private equity to come in and start buying up houses. That could have been stopped. They could have done something about the Social Security disaster way earlier. They didn't. They saw that the birth rates were starting to go down. We saw that the college debt was continuing to increase and people weren't getting jobs at the value that they should have. The national debt, you watched it over 30 some years go from $4 trillion to $35 trillion and no one did anything about it because you didn't have the ability to communicate like we can. Now we're calling out the bull. We just want to live a chill life. We just want to buy a house, have some kids, and hang out. And we want to go on vacation for 4 days and not sit around and go, this is going to end soon. Am I going to have a job when I get back? How am I
Yeah, and if you're a millennial working in the modern day, you know this feeling like, well, okay, okay, my boss, expressed frustration over Slack that I was going to be gone for 4 days during a critical time. Right, we've all been there. These fucking tyrants that we have to work for.
Am I going to pay my mortgage? You don't want a generation full of hopelessness, because the worst thing we can possibly do is not have children, because then it fucks our population. And secondly, when people are stressed, their mind isn't open. We need our minds to be open to creative ideas and innovation.
That's such a good point. That when you're under the 8 ball, when it's like I got to get to work, I got to get to sleep, I got to if I got 6 seconds from us, I got to take a shit, I got to take a shower, I got to go. You actually don't have time to think about the exploitation that you're under,
This is why we need to make a change in this country, and we need to work together without addressing these problems.
Yeah, so that's a great video. Cool. Mr. FM Smith 319. Make sure you're subscribing, folks. I'm not gonna, because I'm a raging hypocrite. I'm actually a secret conservative, and I'm just waiting for my moment to trapdoor you guys into my hardcore conservative ideology. Oh boy. I'm going to flip the script on you guys. MAGA, 110%. Yeah. I do I got the whole gear, right? I put down my green screen. It's all MAGA on my wall. Got him. So wanted to bring up this story really quick. Welcome back, Chem Goblin. Wanted to bring up this story really quick before we get to America's #1 news segment, the mass shooting update, sponsored by Garbage Fuel. Before we get to that, I wanted to bring it up. It's like, this is, I think, the second time we've seen, I think I've reported on a Republican politician getting mixed up, like, rah, 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 let the guns free the guns, and incense, fire, wind, thank you for that follow. But it's crazy to kind of see the chickens coming home to roost. These politicians, these people that are promoting full-blown gun anarchy, and it starting to affect their lives, because of course it's affecting everyone's lives, these constant never-ending mass shootings. But here's the headline: GOP official killed by neighbor after dispute over daughter playing with mulch. Yeah. No, I mean, it's not about the mulch, right? Of course it's not about the mulch. There's a bunch of, it's about, look, it's happened because we're human beings. I can guarantee this has happened to everybody, and maybe not Davey, because he's, some kind of a Borg, sent from a different planet. Sometimes it feels like, but Davey's too emotionalist, right? He's too stoic for this. But we've all lost control, right? We've all gotten so angry. We've done something that we regret, like 10 minutes later, like, oh man, I punched something really hard and I got to go to the hospital, dude. I fucked up my hand, right? Or, or like I yelled at somebody I really love and now I feel really bad, right? Well, now those natural, normal human moments, except for Davey, those natural, normal human moments can now become life-changing outbursts, violent outbursts, right? Because it's so easy. It's a little click of the button, little click, 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 right? Initially, you're just pulling it out because you think, yeah, I'm going to intimidate him and he's going to back down and I'm the badass. I'm like Schwarzenegger and you're going to run. And then the guy doesn't run, right? And then things escalate from there, right? A Republican official in Michigan's Canton Township reportedly died from a gunshot wound after being confronted about his daughter touching a neighbor's mulch. I'm from Michigan. It's my home state. We take our mulch very seriously. Okay, don't touch it. Don't touch our fucking mulch. The Detroit News reported that 35-year-old Nathan Morris was identified by a press release from the Michigan GOP. We are devastated to share the tragic news about Nathan Morris, who was senselessly taken from us while protecting his family in Canton. I'm sorry, protecting his family? Is that what being a victim to gun anarchy, is that what that is now? The party said in a statement on Saturday. Morris was serving as the secretary of the 6th Congressional District Republican Committee, and I'm sure 110% supported gun anarchy, right? Maybe that's not the case. That would be the ultimate irony if he was the only conservative in his, peer group that was actually, hey, we should do something about this insane, everyone gets a gun and they could be any caliber and no scrutiny whatsoever. But very high chance that this fella was, gun anarchy, gun rights. It's more important than food on the table and the cost of fuel. It's, having the right to have every gun possible to you. But here's what it says. Quote, on Saturday, while taking a stroll with his family in the neighborhood. So he was with his family. Wow, that's devastating. He got shot and killed in front of his family. His daughter touched the mulch of one of the neighbors. Wow, so she's just walking by and the kid does something stupid. Daddy, look, it's a pile of mulch. So she goes up and touches it. Not a big deal, dude. The Michigan GOP wrote in a post on X, the neighbor took a gun and started threatening the family. Nathan sent his family home and said that he would try and defuse the situation, but instead was shot and killed. Okay. So his family didn't witness the murder with their own eyes. And he was trying to defuse the situation. He was like, hey, I'm sorry, I'll buy you more mulch. But are we just going to sit here and ignore that this politician totally supports this guy's right to, like, the castle doctrine, right? If you step on my soil, I can snipe you dead, and I'm legally within my right. That's what they argue. If you touch one hair on my mulch pile, I get to assassinate you. That's my legal right. That is what these NRA gun anarchists are talking about, right? With their, shoot first, ask questions later mentality. Stand in my ground. This is me standing my ground. My castle doctrine. Not one more step on my land. That's what that is the world that this politician who was tragically killed, that is the world that they are creating. Complaining because you don't have a mulch pile? Really, Flex Seal? Really? You're going to, this example, staring you in the face, a GOP politician murdered because a mentally unstable guy with an emotional issue saw a little girl touch a mulch pile. This example staring you in the face, and you're still like, yeah, guns are good. I want my guns. We can't have restrictions on guns. All right, speaking of guns, it's everyone's favorite news segment, sponsored, of course, by Garbage Food. Garbage Food, the #1 drink mix company in the world. Garbage Food would like to remind you, of course, that this is your new normal. It's the mass shooting update, folks. It's the mass shooting update. Here we go. 402 U.S. mass shootings in 2024, 6,351 mass shootings since 2013, and 3 whole days without a mass shooting. That is something else. Wow. Good guys with guns doing their job. This system works. I mean, this self-regulating system of gun anarchy is really kicking ass. Over there in Colorado Springs, Colorado, 1 dead and 3 injured, gunman unknown. Over there in San Antonio, Texas, 0 dead and 5 injured juvenile victims. 3 juveniles ages 4 through 8 among the wounded. Gunman unknown. Wow, 3 out of 5, 4 through 8. I'm sure there was a good reason for these young people to be around and have access to firearms. Hopefully they were bought legally. Over there in Winahaine, Hawaii, 1 dead and 3 injured. Do we have our family annihilation for the day? Domestic victims. Gunman shot and seriously wounded 3 people after chasing his girlfriend into a neighbor's home after a domestic argument. Pretty close to a family annihilation event. Unidentified man fatally shot by police. So the gunman was shot by police after running like a psychopath into his girlfriend's family home and shooting up the place. Over there in Petersburg, Virginia, 0 dead and 4 injured, gunman unknown. I'd like to remind you, you might want to look up the stats if you live in the United States. The unsolved murder rate for your area is usually around 50%. So when they say gunman unknown, there's around a 50% chance that that person is going to get off scot-free. Look it up. Tell me what your local solved murder rate for your state or town or district is. Look it up. Google it up. You don't have to dox yourself. Just give me the number. How many solved murders a year? Look it up. You might be surprised. Over there in Lawrence, Massachusetts, 1 dead and 3 injured domestic victims. Gunman fatally shot his ex-girlfriend, wounded her brother and 2 others. Victim fatalities. Unidentified woman, suspect, unidentified man arrested. All right, there you go, folks. It's America's #1 news segment, the mass shooting update, brought to you, of course, by Garbage Fuel. Who would like to remind you that this is your new normal, folks? You go to a grocery store, you go to church, you go to a 4th of July event, you go to a Toby Keith concert in Las Vegas, and hey, you could be part of America's favorite trend, mass shootings. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Garbage Fuel. Appreciate it. Nothing's changing. Sandy Hook happened. Nothing's changing. This is your new normal, America. America, America, this is you. Remember America's Home Videos? Remember that? Bob Saget. Before we knew Bob Saget was a total pervert who swears on the mic all the time. Yeah. Before America knew, when he was the good dad from Full House. Yeah. Remember that? Yeah, Flex Seal. Sorry. That I need to turn the volume down on that specific thing. But anyone remember this? Love this shit, dude.
We got laughs from coast to coast to make you smile. A real life look at each of you to capture all that style. You're the red, white, and blue. The fun and things you do. America, America, this is you. Stories from your friends next door, they never told. You might be a star tonight, so let.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and watch some Russians getting the shit blown out of them. Here we go. Wanted to start off today's Ukraine coverage with this video. We have an announcement. We have an announcement. Hold on. We'll get there. Whoa. Who's this guy?
Специальная военная операция полностью провалилась. Полностью.
Uh-oh. The special military operation is a failure. This guy is, he's basically like a Tucker Carlson equivalent, you know, supposedly an intellectual in Russia, right? This isn't Dugin. Dugin's the other guy. I'm thinking, I can't remember his name. This isn't Dugin, though. Anyway, I thought that was a funny video. So this is really cool. This video is really fucking cool. I'm going to show you 2 videos here. The current Russian media response to what's happening. It's really funny because they're basically like, oh, this is unfair. Ukraine being really not cool, dude. I can't believe Ukraine would do this to me. It's actually really fucking hilarious. So I just thought I'd show this to you.
Наши победы – это победы над
Our victories are victories.
районами, над вооруженным до зубов
Fortified
противником,
areas.
натовской техникой.
NATO
Они
equipment.
зашли на территорию мирных деревень, где стояки были, собственно, одни.
Peaceful
и
villages,
дети.
alone, and the children. Well, why were they alone? Why were they defenseless, Russia?
Да. Но им
Gherkin, thank you. Yeah, that was Igor Gherkin.
совершенно это не важно. Важно показать вот этот флаг над деревней, да, и показать, что они где-то там на территории
Ukraine isn't hurting these people, by the way. Ukraine isn't doing a damn thing to these people.
России.
Hell, they're more likely to get water and food, if anything.
Подлое поведение, совершенно
Vile
ну, как
behavior.
сказать, не то что не спортивное, не военное, но мы уже от этих бандеровцев ничего и не ждем.
Oh, no. No. Vile. Can you believe it? It's not military. Vile behavior. It's not sporty. It's not sporty, guys. Woo. So someone did this. This is really cool. I don't know who put this together. Subtitles by this Gerashenko fella here, and this is on Anton Gerashenko's Twitter here. But this is actually a really interesting video where it shows the Russian media's evolution of the special military operation, right? We're heading the 3-day special military operation to take Kyiv, and we're gonna bust their ass, and you better watch out, right? Turning that into what it is currently, right? The timeline of it. So I thought this was a really cool video that just breaks it all down in just a minute. Just shows us little clips of how the narrative has shifted.
3 дня. Горячее войне. Мы Украину победим за 2 дня.
2 days. What's the big deal? We got. Yeah, come on, man. And, you know, to be honest, this was the assumption, including my assumption, when this started. I was like, damn, dude, Russia, you know, like, there's no way Ukraine. I mean, how could it? Russia's the second most powerful military on planet Earth. It was just assumed, like, shit, dude, this is over. And, you know, Vlad Vexler points out that had Putin succeeded with this operation, the Western world wouldn't have come to Ukraine's defense. You know, the America, UK, Germany, they would be like, that's really bad, but everyone would just have forgotten about it, like with Georgia, like with Crimea. It was, of course, it was assisted by the United States. Barack Obama, after Crimea was taken, Barack Obama very quietly increased the assistance, the military assistance, so that Kyiv was ready, and Kyiv was ready to defend itself. Even though up into the moment of the invasion, even Zelensky was kind of like, come on, guys, they're lining up their troops, but this is intimidation. They're not really going to go for it. At least according to what we've read, the reports that we've heard about that. I don't think Zelensky himself has made any statements. But anyway, if it wasn't for that pushback that was assisted by the United States, but that was, of course, it was Ukrainians on the front lines doing it. If it wasn't for that, the world would have just moved on from this country grab, from this snatching of this entire country. So quickly, 1.5 or 3 days. Come on, man, 1.5. Come on, we're already there, dude. I've already bought property in Kyiv, dude.
Быстро. 1,5-3 дня. 2 дня.
2 days, and then the city falls. We'll raise an eyebrow and Ukraine will realize everything. We'll take Kyiv. That's how badass they are. We'll literally just raise an eyebrow and everyone will fall in line.
Снимем, и Украина поймет все. Возьмем Киев.
Украина никогда с нами не будет воевать. Эта война продлится, Володя.
No more than 3 or 4 days. No one there to fight against us.
Приказ министра обороны Шойгу: 6 утра подъем, 7 утра утренний туалет, 8 завтрак, 9...
They really do overconfidence really well.
00 нападение на Украину, 12:00 обед, 13:00 взятие Киева, 18 концерт Газманова, 21:00 салют. Единственное, чего не хватает, это дата, Евгений Петрович. А в остальном, мне кажется, недалеки.
What is this?
Кто придумал этот тезис, что русские возьмут Киев за 3 дня? Это же мы ни разу такого не говорили.
Ну, слава богу, вели же КТО. Ну, я туда приехал и обратно, причем с оружием. Меня никто нигде не остановил. Вот он, линия фронта, я спокойно приехал, прошел по городу, забрал там стариков, посадил в машину, уехал обратно. Тут никого не...
This motherfucker would not be driving up to any front line. No one stopped me. No, when I calmly arrived in my civilian vehicle. Sure you did, buddy. Sure you did.
До Москвы дошел никого.
Силы и средства довольно-таки серьезные, это штатные общевойсковые соединения.
What happened to calmly making your way to the front line, tough guy? Took the American offer to evacuate Kyiv, Ukraine would have been defeated very quick. Yeah, exactly, Davey. I mean, it was Zelensky saying, I'm not going anywhere, and if you want to send me anything, you send me ammunition. It changed the entire tenor of the conflict immediately. And, it forced the world to pay attention, and it forced the world to think twice. And it's all because of Zelensky that this is even happening. Because, most cowards in Zelensky's position would be like, yeah, me and my family, we're going to go to the Hilton in New York, and that's where we're going to live, like the fake Venezuelan president, right?
Которые зашли на территорию Курской области.
Yeah, borderline,
и здесь говорят о том, что какие-то ДРГ зашли, там мы там сейчас быстренько их оттуда выгоним. Было бы навязчиво, надо трезво смотреть на ситуацию.
Need to take a sober look at the situation. I just calmly drove up in my civilian car and just slapped hands with the Russian military who was totally slam dunking it. oh, we got to be really careful. We're getting our asses kicked, guys. 3 years later, by the way, he lost his suit. So that was a cute little video. This is pretty interesting. So we sometimes we get bad actors in the chat, you know, who are like, oh, Zelensky killed the pipeline. Zelensky killed the pipeline. And my conclusion was that we don't have enough evidence to finger point specifically on any one country. If you game theory it, the United States might have, Ukraine might have. There's even reasons why Russia might have. Okay, but it looks like Germany might have something here. We might be a little closer to some proof on who actually did it. Now, of course, this is Germany's pipeline, and it happened the day the pipeline opened, right? So Germany has invested all kinds of money. You know, this was a project started during the Merkel era, I believe. It was supposed to really help Germany's fuel costs and really help German people. Nullify. They didn't even get 1 day out of it, right? So Germany has an incentive to find the truth here, where probably Russia, United States, Ukraine, we don't know. We're not really going to look into it. Germany is actually going to be putting the time to look into it. So here's what they have to say. Nord Stream sabotage. Germany issues arrest warrant. The Ukrainian national, whose last known address was in Poland, is being sought by German authorities for the 2022 attacks on the Nord Stream gas pipelines. He is believed to have acted with 2 accomplices. All right. Now, you know, anything can happen, but correct me if I'm wrong, the German judicial system is a pretty solid judicial system. It's not politicized to the point where they'd be able to just trump up these charges out of thin air, right? That would be pretty difficult within the German legal system. I'm assuming the German justice system is not corrupted in the way that a lot of other countries would be corrupted, right? Like I said, you couldn't just make this up out of whole cloth. You would need evidence and the whole, you know, checks and balances and all that, whole procedure. But this guy his name was Vladimir Z. That's funny. German authorities have issued an arrest warrant over the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipelines nearly 2 years ago, according to German news outlets ARD. I'm not saying that. Die Zeit. In an investigation published Wednesday, the outlets reported that the suspect is a Ukrainian diving instructor named only as Vladimir Z. That is hilarious. For privacy reasons. It's alleged he attacked the pipelines in tandem with at least 2 others who are also believed to be Ukrainian citizens. So here we go. This is, you know, like I said, I don't think Germany's making this shit up, dude. They don't, you know, I don't think that would be pretty difficult. It is alleged that he attacked the pipelines. Okay, so the suspect was believed to last be living in Poland, but Polish authorities said that they could not act on the warrant because he had left the country. Okay, all right, and then they just go through the history. So there we go. New evidence looks like, you know, like I said, Germany has an incentive to actually find the real legitimate truth. And I don't think they're just making this shit up out of whole cloth. So this is a pretty strong indicator that it might have been Ukrainian. Ukrainian independent actors or Ukrainian, you know, Ukrainians ordered or directed or, you know, some way controlled or pushed by the Ukrainian government that did it. So that's very interesting stuff. Now this isn't conclusive. They could be just wanted for questioning in connection with something else. But this is very interesting. So very interesting piece of information here that might be flagging Ukraine as the guilty culprit. We might have an answer here, folks. Ukrainian national doesn't really mean anything. Exactly. I mean, there's, you know, that can mean a lot. I'm not gonna, you know, come to any conclusion right yet, but that is a very interesting piece of evidence right there. So this was fascinating. Just real quick, I wanted to show you this, but you can actually see the front line of Russia from space. So you can actually see from space the damage that Putin is doing in Ukraine. So here we have Crimea right here. And as you can see, the front line, major areas that have been bombed and leveled by the Russian military. As you can see around here, get a little closer. You can see these areas. I don't know if this is smoke, right? Or if this is just destroyed buildings. I think it's just destroyed buildings. Yeah, I think what we're seeing, it's not smoke. It's like rubble. It's concrete rubble. Clouds? No, these are not clouds. Or are they talking about these empty spots here? Oh, maybe. Okay, you guys are right. Yeah, okay, I'm looking at this wrong. Yes, okay, I'm sorry. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, thank you. It was like a fucking a hidden object poster. I didn't see it, but no, I see it now. Yeah, look at this. Totally wiped. Wow. Jesus Christ. Look at that. Total annihilation. Wow. And then, okay, so that's what you can see from space right here. This massive scar right here. Right here. Wow, look at that. Disgusting. Because that's, and that's, I'm worried about the people in Kursk. This is the only way Russia knows how to fight. And it's like, if the Ukrainians are hunkered down in the Kursk residence buildings, this is what's going to happen to Kursk. I think Russia has already shown that it's capable of bombing its own cities for military purposes. So interesting stuff right there. That's, this is liberation. This is liberation according to Russia. Not these white areas. These are clouds, because I'm an idiot. Don't ignore what I said the first time. I nailed it. I nailed that part. I nailed that one. Okay, hold on. One sec. So this is another. So we've seen several of these. I've reported on several of these pieces of evidence that the Russian economy is starting to really suffer. The sanctions are starting to work. The actions taken by Western democracies against Russia's economy are really starting to hit. And here we see, for some reason, now this is very strange. I don't know why this is happening, because China and Russia are pretty close, but maybe this is a sign of that relationship fraying. I don't know, but it's interesting. Nearly all Chinese banks are refusing to process payments from Russia, report says. This might be an indicator that, China is well aware of Russia's economic situation, and they're putting the brakes so that their economy doesn't get dragged down. Who knows? But yeah, Davies, China always puts business first. I mean, this is the case for any country. They're not, even America would fuck NATO, right? If this shit was really affecting the American economy and America had to make a move, no other country, no obligation, no contract signed would get in the way of America securing the dominance of the dollar. And that's the same thing with China, right? They're not going to, no matter how close the relationship is with Russia, they're not going to allow the Russian economy to drag the Chinese economy down with it. And yeah, Davey over here making another good point. China makes more money from Europe and the U.S. True. Yeah, and it's all this stuff has always been kind of a favor to Putin. He's cashing all these chips, and he was able to keep his economy artificially afloat by selling oil pennies on the dollar. Crude oil pennies on the dollar. Record sales. Record amount of money made. But it's all temporary. Things are catching up. The sanctions are starting to work. And here we have an indicator that one of Russia's biggest partners pulling out. This is huge. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not an economist. You tell me. But the impact of the West sanctions just seems to be getting worse and worse for Russia. Now, 98% of Chinese banks, even small regional ones, are refusing to accept direct Chinese payment transfers from Russia. Alexei Razmanovsky, the commercial director of payments company Impenya Rus, told the pro-Kremlin Investia media outlet. Such issues appear to have intensified over the last 3 weeks because smaller Chinese financial companies were still processing Russian payments in May and June. So interesting, there's a backlog. This comes on the back of recent news that about 80% of bank transfers made in Chinese yuan were bouncing back with no explanation after being stalled for weeks. Okay, wow. While banks decide whether that they could transact, Russian media outlet Commiserant reported last month. Razmanovsky said that the payment challenges with Chinese banks could contribute to supply chain difficulties and inflation in Russia. Ooh. So doors between Russia and Chinese banks closing. This is great news for Ukraine. This is good news for Ukraine. Russian companies are still send yuan to China via Russian bank branches on the mainland. There's a 5% markup. Okay, so there's probably just the bare essential, the absolute bare essential getting through, and there's a 5% markup on that as well, which is not good if you're Russian. So Russia is rushing to set up alternate payment mechanisms. Yep, makes sense. Trying to subvert this, trying to get around this. They can only artificially pump this up so long. Zelensky just said the other day that he believes China could force Russia to end the war immediately if Xi really wanted to. I believe that. I mean, a lot of the computer chips, a lot of the shit that they're getting, the Western stuff that Russia is still able to get its hands on to make missiles with, that's coming through China. Sartorius, thank you for that follow. Moving on to the next article here. So that, it's very interesting financial stuff there. And here we have some great news. This is the brilliant Kursk offensive strategy working right in front of our eyes, because Russia appears to have diverted several thousand troops from occupied Ukraine to counter the Kursk offensive. This is, it's kind of a tier list of like nice to haves, right? So like if Ukraine can hold Kursk, that's a nice to have. If we can't, we're going to make Russia pay for getting it back. If we can hold it longer, then we can redirect troops, right? That's a nice to have. We can, Putin politically getting damaged. That's nice to have. But I think all of it is kind of like nebulous. It's like, well, these are all nice to haves, and this is good. This is, this has shifted the momentum. But if we don't hold Kursk for 6 months or a year, it's not the end of the world either way, because we could just do another Kursk. Russia is not going to learn a lesson. Come on, this is Russia. They're not going to learn a strategic military lesson from the Kursk offensive. They are still going to leave segments of their border wide open to Ukraine to do this again. Let's not forget that, was it 3 times they sent Russian separatists, Russian-born pro-Ukrainian soldiers across the border to kind of test. I guess they were testing the waters for this operation, but they did that 3 times. Russia left their border open 3 times. They would take a position for like a couple hours or a day, and then they'd retreat. Remember, they did that like 3 times, right? So this is great news. This is great news for Ukraine. I love to see it. I think I have this clip separate. This guy, the CNN guy. I think I have this guy's clip. It's a separate video. Let's see here real quick. Maybe I don't. This is a really great video, because this is CNN in Russia, in Kursk, and they're at a border, Russian border post, and Ukrainian vehicles just flying through, no problem. And he's like, this is actually surreal to see this, because let's not forget the reality of the situation. This is the first time since World War II that a foreign country has invaded Russian soil. So, you want to talk about escalation, Joe fucking Biden. How about you get off your duff and realize the situation and become a leader instead of a reactor, instead of a trembler? Oh, well, what will Putin do? Oh, the escalation. So, where's, is Putin going to drop a nuke on Kursk? I don't think so. Fucking Joe Biden, man. Can't get rid of that guy sooner.
This is where Russia begins. It's startling to see the steady flow of military vehicles, that probably an ambulance, and armor just passing through the Russian border point here. That is the border post that clearly got heavily hit when Ukraine moved in hard over a week ago.
So is this because of the war, or is this just the general state of this area? It's hard to tell, right? Is this does this have anything to do? Did Ukraine or Russia do this, or is this just how the place looks? Can someone tell me?
Russia's borders here completely undefended. It's also remarkable.
That's the war? Okay.
The freedom with which the Ukrainian military are moving around here. They simply aren't afraid of the drones that have hampered their every move for the past months. That says the border service of the FSB, the Russian security services of Russia. There's a bullet hole above the rules and bullet holes in the rules
There's
themselves.
fucking bullet holes all over the fucking sign, dude. I have a video of several videos of the initial assault on these border positions. Russians taking video of them getting assaulted by Ukraine, and they were completely caught off guard.
Now, this is what's so startling about this offensive, the volume of Western supplied armor that we're seeing passing back and forth. Their passage through here up into Russia unimpeded entirely. That Rochelle from Canada. No ожидал.
Не ожидали такого.
So it makes perfect sense that the grunts would have no idea about this. Probably maybe a dozen people super close to Zelensky only knew about it, right? The people who were absolutely essential to planning it. But you know, it's amazing. It's amazing how none of it was leaked out. It really shows the Zelensky's professionalism and his ability to actually lock it down, because you know there has to be Russia friendly assholes, you know, people that are corrupted in some way, that are still close to Zelensky, still in Zelensky's government. So this is it's a big W right now, dude. It's a big fat W. Yeah, of course it's not just Zelensky, but of course it would be him and just a handful of other people. And it wasn't leaked out. You know, apparently Russia higher ups did see the troop buildup on the border, which is really funny and interesting, but they're too incompetent to do anything about it, I guess.
Певна задача ми її
Thanks,
виконуємо, ні
Gerasimov.
більше, ні менше. А фінальний результат ніхто поки нічого не бачить.
Just saying about how frequently they've been going back and forth over the last week or so.
Peace out, bitch.
And you get a real sense of the euphoria, but ultimately too the enduring question is, what is all this for? What is the end game? Yes, it's a huge embarrassment for Vladimir Putin, but they're sending some of their best equipment deep into Russia. And I'm sure in the back of the minds of these troops is the question of what ultimately are we going to achieve? And we still don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Thanks for your comments, CNN man. But no, that's fascinating. CNN standing on Russian soil, foreign troops pouring through a border post, right? Really historic stuff. You know, if you would have, you know, walked up to someone from 3 years in the past and said, okay, you know, in 3 years, you're going to see Ukrainian, you know, American, German, Canadian, Ukrainian vehicles piloted by Ukrainians crossing into Russia, be like, oh, okay, all right, buddy. Sure thing, my guy. Okay, so this is the video that we just saw, so we don't need to see that. Just a bunch of stuff that I found on Twitter that other people were posting on the Discord. So if you find one of your videos that you posted on the Discord, make sure you give yourself a shout out in the chat. I want to make sure you get credit. Thank you for everybody that's participating in the Discord once again. But here you know, this is frightening stuff, and this is how Russia operates. They start as soon as possible. Like the propaganda starts at birth. You know, a lot of Russian children are not told the truth about what's happening in their country. Thank you for that. Kim Goblin, thank you for that.
Belong to the youth. Today, over 1 million Russian children belong to the Youth Army. Officially, the program is voluntary and isn't part of the school curriculum, but some students claim they're being forced to join.
Юнармия – это омерзительная организация, которая в нашей школе появилась примерно с 2018 года, то есть когда я был в 9 классе.
St. Petersburg, Russia's second biggest city, is considered one of the more liberal parts of Russia. So, young activist Leonid was shocked when his high school established a branch of the Youth Army.
И по поводу юнармии, ну да, они говорили дополнительно, это не обязательно, но это было совсем не так. Ну, если ты не ходишь на лекции юнармии, то у тебя проблемы с оценками, приходит завал со стороны предметов, давление родителей, администрации и так далее. Либо ты подчиняешься, либо ты становишься экстремистом, допустим, как я, как меня подобным ярлыком называет нынешняя власть.
Yeah, I was about to say, this guy's in big time doo-doo water. You know, Putin's not going to like this one bit. And as long as people like this, I think there's a certain threshold. right? Once they've reached a certain amount of popularity, once they're actually starting to challenge Putin in any kind of substantive way, that's when they're actually targeted. But if they're just like, you know, a nobody like me, you know, shouting into the void, and no offense to everyone viewing here, thank you if you're viewing, but you know, I'm not exactly pulling in hundreds of views, right? It's beneficial actually to keep guys like me around, because it's like, look, oh no, what are you talking about? Russia, police state? What do you mean? Look, we have these political gadflies that, you know, they don't really attract a lot of attention, but you know, they're not getting dragged into the gulag. He can say whatever he wants. No, absolutely, Davey, 100%. I am appreciative of every single view, every lurker, every person in the chat. But let's be real, not exactly, you know, Hassan levels over here. But if I was Hassan levels in Russia, right, and we've already seen this, we've seen influencers and other micro celebrities in Russia get in big doo-doo water. But guys like him, you know, it's more of a propaganda coup for Russia to keep guys around, like, because it's like, oh look, see, you can free speech, you can say whatever you want. No, I'm once again very appreciative for every single view. Please don't confuse that comment. Just wanted to point out, you know, come on. Not exactly Destiny, am I? You're like the great value Vosh, bro. You're great value Vosh. They're not wrong. It just hurts. I'm equal to 1 billion views, brother. Thank you for your service. I agree. Never forget. I agree. Every single one of you is worth 1 billion views to me. And this is the best chat on Twitch. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Most intelligent, most with it, most plugged in, most politically astute chat on Twitch easily. So I just have a bunch of amazing clips. So I'm just gonna try to fly through these as quickly as possible. Ukrainian army performing a rotation of soldiers. I think we have never seen such intense scenes since World War II or Vietnam. Best looking chat. Best smelling. Smells like farts in here. Imagine having the whole of China watching your stream. Yeah, that would be totally bananas. I wouldn't really know what to do if the chat was going bananas. I actually do know what I would do if the chat was going bananas. I would create a VIP chat for all you OGs so that we can continue to have a good conversation while the bananas chat is just going bananas. Yes, exactly, Cam Goblin. Yeah, that's it. Never forget, brother. I'm worth 1/8 of the entire world's population in views, brother. No, so check this out. This is harrowing. I have a ton of videos that are just like this that are completely bananas. So what we're seeing here is a Ukrainian troop rotation. New troops are coming in to replace, you know, a couple guys that are fucking completely, you know, they've been there weeks, months, you know, they're ready to go. And then, I mean, the pressure is intense, right? The intensity is definitely necessary, because they're not 5 seconds goes by when they're flying away, when everyone gets in the truck and they're flying away. Are they hit with a Russian drone, right? And thankfully it doesn't disable the vehicle. The driver still goes, but you could see the pressure is on. This is, you know, this is what it looks like. And could you imagine, right? You've been fighting, busting your ass, and you finally, this is your ticket home, right? You get a hot meal, a shower, maybe you get to go see your wife and kids. This is the final leg of the journey, and then it's getting hit, right? There's a real chance that you could die right here after all this fighting, after staying hunkered down. You stick your neck out just for a second, just for a fucking second, just to get out of there, and that's the moment that you're hit. That's the intensity that these Ukrainian guys and gals, soldiers on the front line, are experiencing. This is totally crazy. As you can see, this guy is flying. Well, that's good news, Davey. That's good news, because, you know, a year ago that wasn't the case. So as you can see, ammo boxes, water, you know, water. We'll clean this up later. Go. Let me in. So that was one. That was one drone already. That impacted somewhere. It missed the truck, but you can hear it through my babbling. One drone already coming down. Well, that's good news, Chem Goblin. Right here. Right there. One drone already. Let's go, boys. Go, 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 go. Okay, 3 in. Close it up. Move, move, move. So they're already moving. We're safe, right? We made it. Nope. Another drone. Another drone. And look what it does. You know, this was like, you know, this is where the soldier can pop out. So there's like a hatch that can open. The door of the hatch has been ripped off or warped in some way. The whole thing is filled with smoke. But that's what it looks like. That's what it fucking looks like right there. You know, and look, Ukraine has the fancy radio jamming stuff, but not every, you know, they need more. They need more support, Joe Biden. UK, Korea, by the way. I'm sure Korea has some pretty advanced stuff. But it's like, this is what it looks like. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild? Totally wild, man. The drones are there, and it's on both sides, you know, Russia and Ukraine. But with that said, Ukraine does seem to be far more successful with its drone program. And really, the main reason why I would say Ukraine is successful is because the Russian military is a shambles. Is a shambles. The training, the supplies, some of these soldiers running around without food and water for days. They're starving, literally starving. I saw one POW, I got a bunch of clips. Maybe it's in the clips here. We'll see. But this one POW was given a juice box, and he fucking attacked that shit, dude. He was so fucking thirsty. And you know, and Ukraine. I mean, that's how you know that. Of course, that's going to benefit the Ukrainian military. So, Russian Tu-22 M3 bomber crashed in Cherniakov area in the Irkutsk region. This is a video from Russian media. Some big booms. Yeah, Davey is correct. So this happened, I believe this happened way, way, way in Russia. This was like, what, a $40 million, you know, some kind of very specialized plane. The speculation is that, you know, they were taking it out to, you know, as, you know, from storage, and it had a bunch of mechanical failures, but we'll never know. We'll literally never know the truth. Maybe 50 years from now, we'll know the truth about this situation. But yeah, Ukraine did not shoot this one down. Yeah, Chem Goblin. Is that number 2? I know. Russia took out a HIMARS a couple days ago. So yeah, you know, hey, this is a, you know, Ukraine is attacking. That means losses are going to happen. And yeah, that also means HIMARS are going to be, you know, the first HIMARS that we saw destroyed a couple days ago, they shoot and scoot, but they didn't scoot enough. They were still too close to the original place that they fired, and the drones were able to find it. So Chem Goblin, can you confirm that that's a second HIMARS that's been destroyed? Now the HIMARS are very important because Joe Biden's skimpy. Because Joe Biden, you know, so it's once again, it's Putin taking advantage of Joe Biden's lack of leadership. Now, I'm not talking about the first HIMARS. I'm talking about the first HIMARS in Kursk. Because that report, there was like 2 days ago, I believe I saw a Dennis report about a HIMARS being destroyed a couple days ago. Okay, yeah, so this is, guys, okay, so we just saw, like, from a distance. Well, check this out, dude. Check this fucking footage out. This is the plane exploding like some kind of payload on the plane. This is the debris that people have, you know, are showing up to, you know, try to rescue the crew. And apparently a couple crew members survived. But look at this Hollywood shit that happens. Okay, wow. No thanks. No thanks. But look at this shit.
Охуеть!
They had something nasty on board. They had something nasty on board, dude.
Охуеть! Ёбаный в рот!
Yeah, Davey. Well, they need 390 more. Okay? It's not enough. 39. How many we got in storage? How many HIMARS we got in storage, Davey? I think you agree with me. I'm not trying to chastise you, Davey. I'm just saying. 39. Oh, that's fucking rookie numbers. Would we bring 39 HIMARS if we were invading Russia? No, we'd bring 3,000 HIMARS. What the fuck is the holdup, Joe? 39. What a joke. So one thing I like to do, unlike other leftists who support Ukraine, I like to show the humanity of these Russian soldiers, and I like to encourage them to give up. The best, smartest thing you can do is the moment you get to the front line, do the best you can. You know, if you can coordinate with your fellow soldiers, throw those hands up, give up. U.S. is apparently 400. 400. Thank you for looking that up, Davey. I think you would agree. Maybe 100 more? Can we give them 100? We would only have 300 HIMARS for ourselves. Oh, no. I feel like we could shave off an extra 100. What do you think, Joe? Oh, I don't know. People might perceive me as weak if I were to do something strong against Russia. People might perceive me as weak. So, I don't know. My legacy. You're a fucking lame duck. How about you do something worth a damn, Joe? Oh, I don't want to do anything worth a damn. That would go against my legacy. Yeah, it sure would, wouldn't it, Joe? But anyway, back to this. These Russian scumbags, these Russian invaders are lied to and forced and cajoled. And then once they get to the front lines, man, the reality hits them quick. And look, I can't help but feel bad for them, but give up. Ukraine will take you in, man. Yeah, maybe you'll get sent back. You will definitely get sent back to Russia in a prisoner exchange and probably sent right back to the front line. So do it again. Do it again. Oh, well, they'll torture me. Russia will torture me. That's true. That is actually true. So it's not as cut and dry, is it? Apparently, Russia is advancing on a key city in Poroskov right now. Do you have a video link or any kind of information on that, Trailhead? I said this before. Not all Russian soldiers are scumbags, but a lot of them are forced to fight. Yeah. No, it's tough. I mean, it's a rock and a hard place for a lot of these guys.
Весnin Олег Николаевич. Даю обращение, что
yeah,
все.
Davey, there you go.
Все, больше
It's
мощь
kind of your
нету.
only choice, right?
3 дня
to
без
avoid getting
еды,
sent back.
без питья. Взял на
3 days, no food, no water. But yeah, Davey, that's a really great point. Is that just join the Russian Foreign Legion or the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. We got this link here from Trailhead. Apparently, Russia is currently rapidly approaching key Ukraine city despite Kurt's setback. Russia is rapidly approaching a key military hub in eastern Ukraine, a local official has said, as Moscow continues to its advance despite Kyiv's supreme surprise gains in its enemy's Kursk region. While Pokrovskov is not a major city, about 60,000 people lived there before the war, and many have left since the start of the full-scale invasion. It serves as a key hub for the Ukrainian military thanks to its easy access to Konstantinivka, another military center. Ukrainian troops use the road connecting the two to resupply the front lines and evacuate casualties towards the Dnipro. That is not good. We'll just have to keep watch on this one and see how this develops. Russia has a lot of resources, but they're not infinite, and we could hopefully be seeing, kind of a hard push before the reality kicks in, right? Let's push this as hard as we can with whatever we have left, because we know soon we're not going to have any more to push. Let's hope that's the case. And yeah, Davey's pointing out, rapidly by the media can also mean many different things. Interesting stuff. So let's make sure we keep up on that one. That is not good. Get to the gates of Moscow before losing the war. True.
Без еды, без питья. взял на себя ответственность командира.
So he's saying the commander that he was with is wounded, so he's basically taking command.
Раненый. Сил нету. Пить очень
He's
хочется.
like, I'm throwing in the towel.
Третий остал, истек кровью. Наверное, умер. Сзади тоже ребята лежат. Опять.
Did I show this one before? I did? Yeah, sorry.
300-х видел. 4 200-х лежит. Все изувечены. Никто никого искать не будет.
You're fucked.
И жить хочется.
So I want to live.
Будем сдаваться. Все.
We're going to surrender. That's it. No ammo, no food, no water. Yeah, why fight? What are you going to do? Throw sticks at Ukraine?
Ни патронов, ничего. А больше всего хочется пить. Мужики.
But most of all, I want to drink.
Если кто-то что-то это увидит.
Don't even think about signing the contracts.
Даже не думайте, какие контракты.
He's in fucking tears, man.
Все.
That's all. We got plenty more clips, folks. Cheshire Cat cosplayer and Russian propagandist looks like might have been captured by the Ukrainians. This is slightly old news from the 14th. I haven't heard any updates. If anyone has heard any updates about the situation, if we can confirm that this super proud to invade Ukraine propagandist has been captured by Ukraine, because it would be really, really, really good to put him in front of a camera and him saying Slava Ukraine and all that. So this is something else. I know I haven't shown this. That smile, I know, right? Cheshire Cat. So this is something else, man. Talk about a arrested development. That I need to have that on my soundboard. But this is a before and after. This is a 2-video series. So we see the Russians getting ready to push back against Ukraine, and then we see what happens when the reality hits. We're going to storm the stronghold. Watch out. Fucking, we're going to plant that Russian flag, bitch. We're going to get them, motherfuckers. And then we're going to go home, as they say. And then we're going to go home. So that's how things started out. Let's see where things ended. I don't know if I'm going to fucking die. We've been raided. I guess northern flank, maybe. His arm's fucked up. His leg is all shrapnel. It's probably all shrapnel from drones. He's like Swiss cheese, man. He's hit up every extremity hit up, dude. Every limb.
Пиздец, еще в копчик куда-то вхуярило. И в пятку, сука. Ебучий,
ебаный. He keeps looking up. You notice that? He keeps looking up. He probably wasn't looking up at first, but now he's looking up every 5 seconds.
Фу, блядь. Пить хочу, сука. Еле ушли оттуда.
And once again, thirsty. Once again, Russia just like, nah, we know you're going to die. That's kind of the point, just for you to get as far as possible and then die. Why give you water and food when you're going to be meat in 3 days? There's just no point to it.
Со всех сторон, как давай ебулить, просто нас двоих зажали. Это была пизда просто полная, нахуй. Пулемет, АГС, миномет.
He got mortars, machine gun fire, drones.
Вдвоем, сука, вдвоем, нахуй. Там и хуй знает, сколько человек сидело. Блядь, севера проебал. Сейчас.
So he's talking about fellow Russians, just dozens and he's probably seen dozens and dozens of dead Russian bodies all over the place.
Откатиться не могу, птичка ебаная. Все домой, нахуй. Ой, блядь, навоевался. Попить бы, нахуй, и сигаретку.
It's really adorable that he thinks he's going to be evacuated, that he's going to get out of there. That's really cute. He still hasn't come to terms with the reality that he needs to surrender or die. Russia isn't picking him up, dude. Maybe. Right? We have seen Russians do medical evacs. We have seen that before. But definitely lower likelihood.
Да, блядь. Задачу не выполнил. Вот это, сука, обидно, блядь.
Didn't get the job done. That's fucking frustrating. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's frustrating about it, right?
О, ладно, на связи. Фу, дай бог, доберусь нахуй.
Yeah. Well, we don't. I don't have. There's not a third video, So he probably would have done some kind of social media video if he did make it back safe. It's a rock and a hard place situation for these guys, but I think Davey has the right idea. It's like, look, I surrender. Let me help you guys out. You want me to dig trenches for the Ukrainian military? I'll do anything. If you just don't send me back, because they're gonna torture me. There's a high likelihood that they'll torture me for surrendering in the first place, and then they're gonna immediately send me right back to the front line, especially if my injuries have been healed up. And this is what it looks like, folks. So you're not going to see any actual dead bodies here, but this is what the corpse processing facility plant looks like. And yeah, folks, they're stacked up to the ceiling. Maybe, okay, I take that. Maybe not the ceiling. I don't know. That looks like ammo up there, but they're getting closer to the ceiling. As you can see here, this is, they're making coffins, bringing in cadavers, bringing in dead bodies, putting them in boxes, shipping them out to their families, right? These are all dead Russian bodies. These are Russian. That's what it looks like. By the truckload. So this is really something else. We got a couple I have a couple videos like this. I don't know if I have them exactly right next to each other because I'm lazy. They look so malnourished. Yeah, it's hard to tell if they are, but yeah, it doesn't look like a happy situation. They're not exactly drinking vodka and listening to music and partying. It's a bunch of dead bodies, right? Putting a bunch of dead bodies in boxes. But no, I have a couple videos. I think I have two of Russians on the border of Kursk. And this is what the initial volley, the initial surprise attack looked like from the Russian perspective. So this, I think, was, probably a border guard, possibly, maybe a border guard. Oh, by the way, grain of salt, a lot of fake information, a lot of information on Twitter that's not exactly true. So a couple of these clips might not be the Kursk offensive, even if it's telling us that it is. But usually you can see that corrected in the comments. And I've tried to double check that and see if people saying, oh, this is fake, this is from a different fight. So, pretty sure this is from the Kursk offensive, but not 100%. Grain of salt. But yeah, this is the board. He's in a trench. The initial volley has come in, and look at it, dude. Right. There's another one. Fuck. Yeah, piss your pants. Now remember, this is likely an undertrained conscript. This is not a super Spetsnaz badass, okay? This is a border guard, basically. Who thought he was like, okay, this is great. I'll do my job. I don't have to be on the front line. I'm not part of the meat waves. Not expecting this. These are well-built bunkers, too. Really nice. Nice dugouts. Don't go outside, Ivan. So you can kind of understand why by the dozen, it's speculated that we're around 2,000 POWs. So I would give up. Yep, white flag. Yep. I'm not firing a single shot, okay? I was not prepared for this. I'm a border guard. You got me. Yep. And quite honestly, with the powerful ordnance, he's actually not that safe right there. If there's a direct hit on his location, he's likely fucked. Even underground. So this is such a flex. I had to show this video. Russia, Ukraine Parliament MP Roman Kostanenko entering Kursk region. So here we have a Ukrainian politician in Kursk. Gotta love it. So I'm not sure what he's saying. But I love the flex. Look at all the holes from the HIMARS strikes and stuff. Ooh, nasty. Those are all tungsten, tiny little tungsten balls. Yep, look at all that. Look at the whole thing pockmarked. Great news. Not the big bridge, not the big important Crimea bridge. Basically saying sorry for leaving Ukraine without permission. Yeah, I agree. He probably put the helmet on immediately after doing the video. But no, we have a bridge being destroyed, not the Crimean bridge, like I said, but a critical bridge that is along the front line, the Kursk front line that Ukraine is trying to expand. So this is a strategic bridge that prevents Russia from, supplies and whatnot. Successfully blown up. Not bad, not bad. I think another HIMARS, right? I think that's what people are speculating. This is a HIMARS strike. Yeah, so we'll force Russian reinforcements on a dangerous detour. Because I think there's only 2 routes. Bridge crosses the Seam River outside the village of Glushkinko. Bridge is toast, yo. Smack'ems. Ooh. Nasty. Not commented, but the strike was confirmed on Telegram. Yep. All right, just wanted to show that. This is getting ridiculous. On to the next article here. But this has officially gotten totally ridiculous. Joe Biden's... here's the thing. Why is Joe Biden like this? Why is Joe Biden blocking Ukraine from attacking Russian infrastructure at a certain level? Why? Because of the oil prices. Because Joe Biden is more worried about the oil prices than he is with Ukraine sovereignty. Now, I'm simplifying it. That's not the only reason. But it's been speculated that's one of the big reasons. So here we have, this is unbelievable. Here we have the United States blocking Ukraine from firing British missiles into Russia. So Keir Starmer and the British government says, we don't have the restrictions that Washington is putting on Ukraine. We don't have any of those. Ukraine is allowed to attack Russia on Russian soil, military targets, of course, with British weaponry. We have no restrictions, right? Because they know Zelensky is going to attack military targets. There's a long history of that. He's proven himself. He's not a madman. He's not interested in killing civilians. And Joe Biden steps in. Oh, we can't have that. We can't have that. Why? Because of the U.S. election? I am so ready to be rid of Joe Biden. And I hope to God that Kamala Harris has more nutsack than Joe Biden does. Because he has proven to basically be an asset to Putin. Putin can depend on Joe Biden's meekness. And that is part of Putin's strategy, is Joe Biden's fear. Fear. They killed some volunteers evacuating civilians. Yeah, great. But shocking headline, U.S. blocks Ukraine from firing British missiles into Russia. So not only is the United States giving weapons to Ukraine and saying, oh, don't go that far. Don't attack this oil refinery. That's too far. That might piss Putin off. Yeah, stark difference from the support for Israel. Absolutely. That bridge was important because now it cuts Russia off from defending the section of Russia south of the river, as seen in this picture here. Thank you, Davey. Let's take a look. Ah, okay. So this is the river right here. This is Ukraine right here. So this is Ukraine, I believe, down below. This is the part of Kursk that the Ukraine military has taken so far. They want to take more. So these are the 2 key points, and this is the river itself. Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Davey. But yeah. So Joe Biden is not only, lack of leadership with our own stuff, he's also preventing Ukraine from... I don't even know, how is this possible? How is this even possible, by the way? I hope Keir Starmer is pissed about this. You know what I mean? I hope the British government is kind of pissed about this. How is this even possible? The British government said go for it, and Joe Biden says no, and everyone listens. What is this? Get rid of Joe. Get off the stage, Joe. If this is how you're going to lead, get off the stage. I want my legacy to be a weak capitulation to Putin. You suck. I agree, Davey. He should. Just attack. Just do it. Use one of those weapons. Use one of the UK weapons to attack an oil refinery past the limitation. Oh, no. I agree, Davey. I agree. Shocking footage. I might have shown this the last stream, but I have to show it again. This is a Russian taking advantage of Ukraine's invasion into Kursk by looting a fellow Russian's home. So this footage was found on the Russian's cell phone, and it shows him going into a Russian home and looting it. Yeah, no, you just got here, Sir Smoke a Lot. This isn't a Trump stream. Yeah, no, I acknowledge. Yeah, no. Trump he's promising to fucking, capitulate and lick Putin's boots. So no, Trump would be worse, 100% worse. But it's just very frustrating that Joe Biden is, just the tip. We're going to help you, but not all the way. We're going to help you, but I'm kind of afraid of Putin, and I don't want oil prices to go up, and I'm kind of a political coward, Joe Biden. Yeah, I know, Ice King. Why would you do this? Why would you film this? Isn't this cool? I stole from my fellow Russian. Oh yeah, high five, fellow criminal. So this is funny. A Russian filming a battle. So, Tramp is better. You don't even know how to fucking say the name. Bitch, get out of here. Get out. Go. 30 minutes, you gone. I flush. Took a while to finally get one. Tramp is better. Please. Non-American. Yeah, I think America should convert to fascism. That's going to benefit me living in some other country. Kamala or Trump, either way, U.S. will double talk on Ukraine and give a blank check to Israel. Yeah, but different degrees, Off-World. You would agree that it's not going to be one-to-one the same. Kamala is not going to treat Ukraine like Trump would treat Ukraine. But no, this is really funny footage. So a Russian was, in Kursk. I don't know if this is his home. Maybe this is his farm. But he's filming a fight between Russian and Ukraine, and the Russian vehicle gets blown up, and this is his reaction. I don't know if Ukraine is going to be having an election, Trailhead. That's totally wild. This guy's looking, I mean, how sleepy and boring are some of these rural areas, right? I mean, imagine how, you know what I mean? How just totally out in the backwoods some of these places are. And here they have modern military shit blowing up. It's got to be completely mind-blowing to witness this in your backyard. I know I would be. I'd be speechless. I'd be like, this is just... Oh, wow, you can see the drone come down and everything. Look at that. Right there. There's the drone right there coming in. Ooh, and that's the troop transport. There could very well be Russian troops inside to organize an election right now. Yeah, Davey, I would agree. Yeah, and there's so many Ukrainians that are abroad because of the war. It wouldn't be a full plurality either. Welcome back, Zeodude. So some Russian civilians are catching some pretty amazing footage. It's good to note that Ukraine is not targeting civilians, but that doesn't mean that civilians are not in danger, because this is a fight against Russia, and Russia doesn't give a shit about civilians. Yeah, Zeo Duke, yes. Oh, you can hear that fucker coming in too, dude. Nasty. Oh. Some degree of civilian casualties in war are inevitable, regardless of whether they're targeted or not. Yeah, that doesn't make it good. That doesn't make it justified, or, you know, it's a bad thing. But there is a difference. There is a difference when the military command says target civilians, murder civilians, or the military command saying do your best to avoid civilian casualties. And here we see the results of that. Russia rolls into a Bucha. Russia rolls into a Ukrainian town, annihilates 90% of the residential buildings. Civilians be damned. Civilian vehicles raked with machine gun fire. Ukraine invades Kursk. Civilians are given food and water and evacuation. And of course, their civilian vehicles are not targeted by Ukrainians. Pretty fucking professional, if you ask me. More professional than the Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan, lighting up civilian vehicles at the drop of a hat. This is just fuckery. Yeah, invading another country kind of sucks, doesn't it, buddy? Okay, I'm gonna get motion sick here. Yeah, it's just him running. This is something else, dude. This is a secondary explosion of an ammunition depot at the Russian Morozhkovsk military air base, caused by an attack of Ukrainian forces. So you know me, I love a catastrophic explosion. I have a love relationship with catastrophic explosions, and this is a good one. Oh, ooh, and the fucking shockwave hit him too, right there. So it blows up. He gets his camera. He finally hits record, right? So he doesn't catch the initial. Then the blast wave hits him. Woo! Oh, there's the second one. There's the second one. Oh, one right after the other. Boom! Oh! Oh, that fucking blast wave. It's got to be over a mile away. Nasty. Nasty. And that's a legitimate military target. This isn't a library. This isn't a schoolyard. Joe Biden. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, what will Putin say? Can we ask Putin if this is okay to attack him here? Yeah, Joe, we called in advance. He said it's okay. Oh, okay, if he says it's cool. I think this is another video I showed last time, but I have to play it again because this is just unbelievul, and it's so true. So they used the Ukrainian flag hanging in the city administration building. He's a Russian. There are many soldiers and equipment. I thought about taking a photo, but then a soldier called me over. Hey, Orange Hue, whose fault is it if a military or government employs children at military locations? Whose fault is it when those children are killed when that military location is attacked by another military? Is that Ukraine's fault that Russia might be employing children at munitions factories? And should we stop attacking those because there might be civilians who are working there? By the way, does the Geneva Conventions consider that person a civilian? I don't think so. I think the Geneva Conventions say that if you are, even though you're not a military person, if you are a civilian working in a legitimate military building, ammunition factory, oil, right, that you are a legitimate military target. Am I wrong about any of that? I just want to make sure I know if I'm being shamed or not. They should have bombed during school hours to ensure kids weren't there. Orange hue. Why do I have the feeling that if they did that at that time, like you want, you would have some other thing to be bitching about? Is that fair to say? That you still would probably find a problem with it, even if they fit your criteria that you're talking about right now? Really? Oh, baby. Orange Hue has proven himself to not be, him or herself or they self have proven themselves not to be a propagandist. So I don't know. Just trying to understand things here. Sorry, Orange Hue. So this is funny. He basically said, learn Ukrainian hymn and prepare for a referendum. Which is, I'm in fucking shock, right? 'Cause that's what Russia does to other countries. Russia invades other countries and forces a referendum on them, and then we get to keep their country. You can't do that to Russia. I'm in shock. But this is interesting because this statement right here shows. I'm sorry, Orange Hue. I'm sorry. But this statement right here shows what Vlad Vexler is constantly talking about how the Russian civilian is so depoliticized. They don't even care if another country comes in and takes over, because their relationship, the Russian civilians' relationship to the Russian government is much different than many other countries. The relationship with the government and the civilian. It's more transactional. It's not. There's not an expectation from the Russian people for the Russian government to help them in many cases. They've been so depoliticized that they don't even really see the Russian administration as a kind of government like you and I would. So he's like, honestly, I don't care anymore what flag we're under as long as it's peaceful. Nationalism, I don't even care. I mean, Putin has done such a good job of depoliticizing his civilian population. They don't even see the Russian administration as their government, as like an organization that even represents them. Fascinating stuff. Here's another example of what I'm talking about. Here is a Ukrainian soldier interacting with a Russian civilian, young Russian civilian, giving her obviously this is a propaganda thing, right? But, giving her a little Ukraine bracelet, Ukraine trinket. Okay, that's the trap music that they insist on putting on every video. So look at that. I mean, she's nervous, but I don't know if she's scared. She looks a little scared, but she has nothing to worry. She has nothing to fear. If this was reversed, Ukrainian children confirmed by third-party independent organizations have been abused physically and sexually by Russian military. So if the roles were reversed here, this would be very ominous and frightening. But I know the Ukrainian military is professional. I know they would never do that to this girl. And, the Russian civilians have nothing to worry about when it comes to Ukrainian soldiers. Yeah, but she looks a little scared. Definitely a little scared, for sure. Here's a video from today. All right, let's take a look from Davey. Trying to get through everything here in time. Oh, so here's, more locals being thankful for it to be invaded. Oh, thank God. Oh, you got water? Food? Holy cow. Do you have some toilets? Did you bring some toilets with you? So here we see Ukrainian civilians, food, water. Now, to be fair, I guess they don't really deserve it. There is footage of Russia providing some meek amount of aid to some Ukrainians in some of the occupied territories. It's not consistent. They do it mainly for propaganda purposes. But I feel confident saying that the Russian people, the Russians that are in occupied Ukraine or in occupied Russia by Ukraine, would be consistently provided with water and food. It's not just a one-time thing. As long as they're there, they're going to help the civilian population. I feel confident saying that. Yeah, so here's more footage of Ukrainians distributing NATO aid in Russian towns. So here they are bringing humanitarian aid in and out to the Russians. Yeah, give it to her. Yeah, give it to her. I'll take two.
Яка, як ви вже чули, була для них вкрай необхідною. Місто Суджа під контролем українських оборонців. Це, мабуть, найголовніше.
It looks just like Bucha to me. I mean, that's a one-to-one comparison, right? These Ukraine Nazis over here. Right, this is just propaganda, right? I'm sure as soon as the cameras turned off, the gang raping started, right? That's what we're supposed to believe from the Aaron Montes of the world. I'm sure Sagar Enginetti would have something really poignant to say about this, right? About how this is, the Ukrainian military is going to fail any moment, right, Sagar?
Це допомагає нам зробити українським оборонцям зробити санітарну зону.
Pretty fucking embarrassing for Putin there. So here I just wanted to, highlight, it's not just men on the front lines for the Ukrainians there. We have some real badass, gorgeous hero women over here. Some goddamn boss bitches out there taking it straight to the Ukrainian, to the fucking front lines. A lot of this is not, it's funny in America, in America, a lot of the women that are part of the military are basically kind of on the back, on the support. That is not the case in the Ukrainian military. These are female brigades that are sent to the front lines. And there's absolutely casualties, and I'll be showing that in the video after next here. So, heroes, amazing women, strong fighters, taking it to the Russians. I wonder if Noam Chomsky has said the Russians should sue for peace and avoid the Ukraine. Yeah, right? I wonder. Do we need to wonder what Noam Chomsky has to say about the Kursk offensive? Oh, yeah, Zelensky's a real monster for, putting his people in danger like this. And who's escalatory? Putin threatened nukes, and we should worry about Putin's threats on nukes, right, Noam? Is that how we should do it? Right, Chomsky? So here we have, women on their way to the front lines. My God, with the music. Right, so as you can see here, and it's funny because some of these women are like stoked and patriotic. Others are like, guys, this is a fucking meat grinder, and this is not, this is not going to be, some got big smiles on their face, and others are like, yeah, okay, this is going to be hard. I'm going to do it. I'm a patriot. I'm defending my country. I'm going to do it, but I have no illusions at how fucking difficult this is going to be. I might die. Yeah, they're voluntary, but that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean you got to be super excited about, getting your fucking nuts blown or your clit blown off by a drone. Because it does happen. And here we have gorgeous heroes. This is Alex, call sign Mike, combat medic. She was killed today by a Russia FPV drone, which targeted her evacuation vehicle as she was performing a last mission in the Kharkiv region before coming home tomorrow. So the last mission before her rotation, this beautiful person murdered by Russia. Combat medic out there saving lives. Who knows how many lives she saved?
Hi, I'm Mike. I'm the combat medic of the Hospitaliers Medical Battalion, and I work more than a year from now with guys.
And you've just ended a shift here at the start point. Can you tell me about this shift? How did it go?
It was nice. My colleagues were here and helping the medical personnel to keep safe and to do some medical procedure with the injured people who came to this point, and then we need to evacuate them comfortable and safe and keep them in normal condition to the hospital.
Just a beautiful person, a professional, saved probably hundreds of lives. Russia. I mean, how many heroes do we have to lose? Joe Biden. So does Joe Biden even see this? You know, does he see this video? And he goes, "Yeah, we gotta be afraid of Putin. We gotta capitulate to Putin. We gotta keep those restrictions up. The oil market is more important than these heroes getting creamed." Amazing person. And yeah, I don't. Joe Biden is not 100% to blame, but I do blame him somewhat. His lack of leadership. Is why these people have to. You know, look, they're going to have to give it up anyway. I mean, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that even if Putin or even if Biden was totally on board, that she'd still be alive. But I don't know, man. It's just like. It's very frustrating, you know, because the likelihood is that Joe Biden is not going to see this clip. He's not going to see this video. Two more absolute heroes I wanted to highlight: Vitaly Aroyovich and Denis Byrochuk, paratroopers of the 2nd Air Assault Battalion. 80th Air Assault Brigade. I believe this is the badass brigade. These are the guys that were the tip of the spear in Kursk. Were killed in action on August 7th. No, so I take that back. Well, maybe. No, actually, they might have been, yeah. During the Battle of the Kursk Oblast. Yeah. So these guys were the tip of the spear. It was probably some of the first people to die. They were the first known casualties of Ukraine's ongoing cross-border operation. I should probably read the whole thing before I comment, right? It'd make you look less stupid. But no. Heroes, first people to die, tip of the spear. You know, her and Mike, call sign Mike. Let me get her actual name here real quick. That proper. Alex. Her name was Alex. Heroes. Does Joe Biden see this? Probably not. So here's another video that Joe Biden probably hasn't seen. This beautiful Ukrainian girl who was marred by Russia, persevering, beautiful smile, and learning how to walk again. She already learned how to walk once, and at such a young age, she has to do it yet again. Do we think Joe Biden is looking at this video? Making his decision about his arbitrary restrictions on where Ukraine can strike? I doubt it. And that's disgusting. Take me 5 seconds to make a decision after seeing this. No, I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. Like there's enough evidence to show that Joe Biden isn't going to create World War III by giving Ukraine the tools it needs and lifting restrictions. Putin isn't going to do shit. Beautiful girl. I don't have much information outside of what's in the video here. I don't know, when I imagine what the U.S. president does, I don't see him looking at videos like this. And that's really sad. That's really fucking sad, if you ask me. Ukrainian Navy destroyed one of the gas rigs in the Black Sea this night, where the occupiers were keeping technical reconnaissance equipment and up to 40 personnel. The gas platform is still on fire. World War III would be better than this? Excuse me? Ukraine literally invaded a nuclear power and nothing happened. This literally shows Joe Biden that Russia won't do shit no matter what the U.S. Exactly, Davey. But he doesn't flinch. Joe Biden. I mean, has he even made a statement outside of some, baseline couple sentences about even what's happening? So here we have another big dub for the shadow Ukrainian Navy over here kicking ass with fucking drones. Oil platform up in smoke. Ripperoonsky. This is a big dub for Ukraine. Big fat dub for Ukraine over here. Ukrainian armed forces have announced that they have captured a complete electronic Russian Volneraz drone jamming kit near Kursk, along with all technical documentation. Big win. Big win. So this is one of Russia's latest state-of-the-art drone jamming hardware that they're attaching to their tanks and their vehicles everywhere. So here we have one in Ukrainian possession. This means that they'll be able to take it apart, figure out how it works, figure out how to get around it, and get this technology and get these changes to the Ukrainian drones to help subvert this technology. So we won't, it won't be, it's not like XCOM. You don't research it and then you immediately, your entire army gets to take advantage of it. But it's good news. Big dub for Ukraine. They'll be able to, dig apart this technology, figure out how it works, and then, of course, subvert it. Kim Goblin over here with an example of Russian red lines. So, yeah, just throughout the time, Joe Biden is such a fucking failure. So this is where we're at right here. These were all different red lines. Don't do this. Don't do this. And these were all limitations that Joe Biden put every step of the way. Okay, we can do this, but we can't do that. We can do this, but we can't do that. Okay, well, and now we can do this, but now we can't. Throughout, 3 years of this now? So here's where we're at right here. Right? The F-16s. Oh no. Remember when it was going to be nuclear weapons if we gave Ukraine F-16s? Oh, well, that's going to do it. Chemical weapons and nuclear weapons. That's the next step. So this is a great example. Thank you, Chem Goblin. Big props to Mastodon. Gotta get back. I gotta get over there. This is great. Here's a little red meat for you boys. Ukrainian strike reportedly on a command post of Kardyrov's Akhmat unit in Kursk Oblast. So I think this is one of their best units. Quote, the guys waited until Kardyrov's officers gathered in one barn and leveled it with an accurate shot. The original caption of the video reads, so these guys are still strutting around like they're operating in, Africa. Like they're not up against a fully kitted, supplied, professional military. They're still strutting around. Oh, we're going to get this in a couple weeks and we're going to do a TikTok video and we got this in check, right? They might have been filming a TikTok video while their asses were getting blown up. But look at how they're strutting around. Look at how they're strutting around out in the open. Hey, commanders. Hey, let's go ahead and everyone get in the same building. Oh, isn't there Ukrainian drones everywhere? Aren't they tracking our every move and our cell phones and everything? And yeah, but that's okay. They suck, right? We're the good guys. We're awesome. Nope. No, the fuck you're not. You're mincemeat. You're mincemeat. They all get into the same barn, right, to strategize, and they get pulverized. Yeah, Zeoduke, I showed the footage earlier. Amateurs. Amateur hour. This is supposed to be, these are supposed to be the badasses. Getting fucking toasted, dude. Creamed. All four of them. Good luck even getting the bodies. This is hilarious. This is probably the funniest moment to come out of this whole situation. Just watch this video, then I'll explain it. Yeah, Sir Smoke a Lot. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I think you should do more listening. You're in the right place to learn about this conflict. So if you want to know what's happening, what's really actually happening, so that you're not saying things like what you're saying now, which might not be totally accurate, you're in the right place to learn. So continue to stick around and learn. This is a really funny video.
Самая яркая фраза для Белгорода и Курска. Мы вас не атакуем.
So I think this is a Russian doing a video about what a Ukrainian soldier told him, And the Ukrainian soldier said, "We're not attacking you. We just came to shit into our own toilets."
Пришли вам поставить свои унитазы.
Oh, man. That's good. That's good stuff. This is powerful. So if you're not like, what the hell does that mean? If you're not sure, Russia was infamous for stealing washing machines and toilets from Ukrainians early on in the invasion, and I believe they're still doing it. They're still looting Ukrainian homes. So this is really hilarious. Just the Ukrainians, "Oh, we're not here to hurt you. We thought we'd shit in our own toilets for once." Are you taking good care of them? And the reason why Russian soldiers are looting Ukrainian homes for toilets and washing machines is because they themselves, at their own homes, oftentimes don't have running plumbing. It's unbelievable, but there are whole regions inside Russia that don't have proper amenities. Just more footage of Russians, POWs, guys way over their head, conscripts, young dudes, teenagers, young 20-somethings, getting, giving up, doing the right thing, doing the smart thing, putting down their guns, throwing up their hands, and getting taken prisoner here by Ukraine. Very smart move. And these guys were told it's a guarantee. If you get captured by Ukraine, they're going to torture you, they're going to murder you, they're going to do every bad thing you can imagine. Every bad thing that we do to Ukraine, they're going to do twice to us. Don't you dare give up. Fight to the last breath. Don't do it. That's the propaganda that they're told. So a lot of these guys are super worried. I even have an example of a Russian soldier who tried to kill himself with a grenade because he thought Ukraine was going to torture him to death. Survived killing himself and is, in a Ukrainian hospital. He was captured by Ukraine and explains how Ukraine brought him back from the dead, rescued him. He was convinced. He was like, yeah, I thought for sure that that Ukraine was going to murder me and torture me. So I have a couple clips here of just examples of Russia's Russian POWs. So this is a Ukrainian soldier yelling into a dugout. "Come on out, Russia! Come on out! You'll live. We're just trying to capture you." This is an air vent. He throws a grenade down. It's too tempting, right? You have to do it. Not all of them are surrendering because they think this is it. Okay, I'm gonna be filleted. Like, these Ukrainians are literally gonna skin me alive. All the terrible things. So they're reluctant to give up. But couple grenades exploding a couple feet from your head, I guess, changes your mind. Yeah, so like I said, the current estimates is that Ukraine has captured 2,000 Russian POWs so far. Okay. So this is the guy. So it's not translated yet, but this is the guy that I was just talking about. This is the dude blew himself up with a grenade. He was right next to a comrade. The Ukrainian military is converging. He's utterly convinced that the Ukrainian military is going to torture me. Tries to kill himself with a grenade. Let me just read it here. This is what he's saying, this translation. "I can only say thank you for saving my life. A captured Russian conscript who blew himself up with a grenade confirmed that in Russia, they are essentially being programmed to commit suicide with lies about long and painful torture and captivity. A conscript from St. Petersburg, which is very interesting. Not a conscript from bumfuck nowhere, but from St. Petersburg, named Frydor, told UNIAN correspondent how he blew himself up together with his comrade when the Ukrainian armed forces approached his position in the Kursk region. I just took out a grenade," he said. "Go ahead." We hugged each other and threw it on the ground. Said our last warm words to each other. My comrade also had a leg wound. At that moment, I had already realized 3 times that I was closer to death. We were afraid to surrender. We didn't know what would happen here. We were afraid that that there would be long and painful torture. But given how things are in reality now, I can only say thank you for saving my life and curing me, he says. I mean, could you imagine? You are 100% convinced, dude. You know, there's not a shred of doubt when you are pulling the pin on a grenade and dropping that shit at your feet. You are 100% convinced that if you get captured, it's going to be worse, right? You're not making that decision based off a hunch. You are 100% convinced. See if the capture of conscripts, especially those from Moscow, St. Petersburg, non-criminal, non-ethnic minority oblasts, will get more attention and pressure in Putin's political sphere, or if the general Russian apathy avoidance will persist. I think it will persist, but I do think it's more of this will start to chip away at that. But, I mean, come on, Sergeant Johnson, Russian civilian political apathy is epic, is unbelievable, actually. The political nihilism, the depoliticization of the Russian populace is unprecedented. There's, you know, you got to go to like North Korea to see some similar kind of weird shit. It's really crazy. So I can't show you the last, you know, 25 seconds of this clip because it's this guy lying dead in the dirt. But this shows you the kind of pressure that these Russian soldiers are under. This guy is having a mental breakdown. This is what it looks like when you know, I'm sorry for the term here, but when you've gone bananas, when you've, you know, you remember that guy a long time ago, the Coney 2012 thing, stripped himself naked and, you know, he was like dancing, right? Because after all the pressure, human beings can snap. We all have a limit. Every human being is capable of this. And this is what it looks like. This guy, he's scared out of his mind, PTSD. He's in a war zone. He's being shot at. You actually see his comrades like shooting above him, trying to like, you know, hey, snap out of it, snap out of it. No, this is what it looks like when you fucking snapped under the pressure. Totally snapped. He's not being shot. He's rolling around on the ground. You can see his comrade over here like, you know, come on, buddy, get up. Come on, we gotta. No, he's. And so now they're shooting at the drones, the Ukrainian drones that are attacking them. But this is what happens when you just kidnap people, throw a gun in their hands, and say, good luck. Good luck, Ivan. Have fun. Yeah, Sergeant Johnson over here pointing out the embarrassing Afghanistan army that we trained up. We spent how many billions? $1 trillion training the Afghan army, only for them to hand over every single bit of equipment to the Taliban 14 hours later. But this is what it happens. This is why you don't just kidnap random people and throw a gun in their hand. Because look at these guys. These guys were probably killed trying to figure out what to do with this guy. Maybe, or the end of the video shows this guy dead. I don't see these other two guys, so they might have just left him there. But you don't want to. You're trying to fight. You're trying to survive. You don't need a guy who's like, you know, pissing his pants and having a full-blown emotional breakdown on the front lines. You're like, dude, this is not the time. This is not the place to be doing this, right? But he can't control any of this. When you snap like this, there's no more controlling it. You think the Coney 2012 guy wanted to strip naked and do a little dance, show his little Peter off to everybody? He didn't want to do that. You lose control. So he's still alive in this clip, right? He was probably hit in the legs with a drone or something. Maybe, we don't know. Okay, and then it gets to the really nasty stuff where the guy gets killed. Yeah, people are saying that they think he's on drugs. I don't think he's on drugs. I think, because I've seen this behavior before, this kind of manic behavior, emotional, people brought to their emotional limits and snapping, right? And having that emotional limit cracked and then reacting to it. I don't think it's drugs. I don't think it's alcohol. I think he's so fucking scared. I think he's so fucking, zapped out of his mind. I think that's what's going on here. If you want to see this guy dying, you can click on the link right here and watch the rest of the clip. But yeah, the drones, easy target. take him out. He's not surrendering. He's wearing fatigues. It's tragic. You know, it's utterly tragic. But so here's another, like, Russia, go home. So here's another Russian vehicle filled to the brim with Russian soldiers at the very top, and, you know, drone coming in, and it's nasty work. Drone doing nasty work to these guys. So here they see it coming, and this guy's the smart one. This guy absolutely survived because of this. He maybe broke his leg or cut himself up, but he absolutely survived. Because look at this direct hit. Soldier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6 to 8 soldiers on top of this vehicle. Maybe more, maybe 10. Direct hit in the last frame. The last frame is a guy. Oh, honey, you shouldn't be there. Oh, you should have thrown up that. You know what's really tragic? They might not have even had the opportunity to surrender. That's how efficient Ukraine is. This might be their first trip to the front lines. They didn't even get a chance to fire a single bullet. You know, this guy not reacting. Training would have probably helped him right there. Because you don't want to do this. You want to get off the vehicle. Too late. Direct hit. Obliterated. More evidence here. Russian POWs of all kinds. Look at this. Oh boy. Filling it up. More Russian POWs. Looks like some of them don't even have body armor. Yeah, they did. They looked, you know, some of them just had the vest on. It looks like some of them were wearing shorts and shirts. They might have been trench diggers or something like that in the back end. But once again, just more POWs. Is that a dog? What is that? Yeah, it's a dog, dude. That's awesome. The dog's like, yeah, this is great. Everyone wants to play with me. Good job, puppers. That's a good pup right there. Damn, dude. I mean, they're processing them so fast they don't even have time to tape their eyes like everybody, you know? They're just like, get in the truck, go. We got several dozen more of you fuckers. Jesus. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Chad-tastic. Russian military has a conscript army and its main army. The conscripts are those who are young and just doing their mandatory service by Russian law. They're not allowed into foreign territory. So these people in Kursk are just kids and basically green and untrained, no doubt. And Ukraine is taking advantage of that. They're trying to expand across the front line because they know that the front line is woefully under-equipped because Russia, despite all of its rhetoric, despite all of its fear-mongering, Russia never considered an invasion from NATO or from Ukraine. They thought this was going to be one-sided. This is, you know, they thought they'll never touch the great mighty Russia. They would never, you know, be that provocative. No one would want, you know, the bully always thinks he's totally untouchable, right? Until he gets punched in the nose. All right, so we're getting close to the end here. Unique footage from the 225th Battalion shows operation of UR-77 anti-mine vehicle at the state border of the early hours of the Kursk offensive. So I believe this vehicle is shooting a string of explosives that detonate all the mines in the row. Finland could take Moscow in 24 hours. There are 0 Russian forces in between Finland and Moscow. Boy, wouldn't that be something? So yeah, I think this thing is shooting a big rope. Maybe? Is that like mines over there? Something like that? Is that what's going on? Look at that blast wave, though. Wow, you get a great look at that blast wave. Look at that. Ooh, yeah, daddy. Look at that nasty ass. Woo! Yeah, that shockwave is cool. All right. Next clip, more Russians surrendering, more Russians doing what they should have been doing. And this is really embarrassing because we have footage of Russians waving the white flag, which, you know, you actually don't see as much, you know? It really does show that these guys were just like, okay, totally unprepared. Take me, daddy. White flag, so embarrassing. Oh, that's embarrassing for you. Ooh, poor Pootie. Poor Pootie Poot. Yikes. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'd be doing. Yep. Okay. Who's got the white cloth, dog? You betcha. Jesus. And then letting the Russians, you know, carry their wounded, you know, handle the wounded, right? Ukrainians that guy's still alive. But isn't this funny? Look at all the gear, stripped off all their gear, all their equipment. Time to go. Time to go, Daddy-O. Welcome to Ukraine, buddy. Just more. I couldn't help myself. I had to just get all this footage of these incredibly professional Ukrainian soldiers taking prisoners. It's amazing. Okay, so he's with like a fucking loudspeaker, dude. He's shouting into the hole. Come on out if you want to live. They don't come out. Not right away. It's fun. It's insane.
Скажу, ты знаешь, сколько вас человек штурмануло? 4 бронированных.
So this is the amount of Ukrainians it took to take dozens of Russian prisoners. 24 men. Oh, 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 oh. 24 men and 4 armored vehicles.
Нахуй не сели коровы. Тоже нормально? Нету крови, все нормально? Да слышали, им, блядь, эти не говорил, типа, не давал старше, да? Старшина или кто не говорил не выходить?
So this is interesting. He's saying, okay, who amongst you was saying don't surrender? Mr. Putin, please exchange me with Azov, guys. This is the Ukrainians telling these guys to say this. It's pretty cute. Oh, God. These guys are just the saddest of sad sacks. Just get out of Ukraine. Holy shit. And in this case, they were not invading, so, you know, but you know what I'm saying. It's just like, end this madness, Putin. Stop this. There's no coming back from this. You want something to balance this off? I can send you a vid of Ukrainian Nazis bullying a Russian civilian. No, I'm not interested in seeing that. Not because I'm denying that it exists, but it's because it's you know. Well, I'm happy to show it. Chem Goblin, put it in the Discord, and I'll show it at the next Ukrainian segment that we do. Okay, but I only have time for one more clip, and it's the best one. If you've stuck around this whole time, you've done yourself a big favor. No, not distasteful, because it's we got to show it. It's fair to point out, but I only have time for one more clip. I'm happy to show that one next time. Fair and balanced TM. But if you stuck around this whole time, if you're like Borderline Feline, who's been here since the very start, along with Rebel Phoenix, this is why you've watched. This is heart-stopping. This is pulse-pounding. Okay? This is a Ukrainian position. This is a Ukrainian commander woken up by Russians, by like a group of 10 Russians, invading their position. He was given the heads up first thing in the morning. It's foggy, as you can see. The morning fog is out. Given the heads up by drone operators. Hey, you got Russians coming in your position. They're coming in. This guy's the commander, the one that we're seeing from the perspective. This is the commander, and you can see how he calmly and coolly directs the rest of his men in the trench to what to do, how to handle it, where to shoot, and locks down the whole situation, right? This isn't a whole, like, you know, there isn't dozens of Ukrainians in here. I think there's like 5 or 6 Ukrainians. They got like 10 Russians or so approaching their position, and this is how the Ukrainian military holds it down. And this is also interesting because there's no doubt about it. You can tell. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but his fellow soldiers, the fellow Ukrainian soldiers down there, seem a little bit more green. They seem a little bit more rookie, right? And this really shows what the Ukrainians have been doing, which is, you know, they put a grizzled veteran amongst a bunch of rookies and try to bring everybody up. But you can see the difference between somebody who's been there, he's experienced this, he's been there before, and these other guys, because they kind of look like deer in headlights a little bit. Like, okay, what do I do? Where do I go? What's happening? We're getting attacked. It's first thing in the morning. I didn't even have my coffee, right? So they look a little green. Maybe that's just my perception, but this is how experience can change the entire reality of the battlefield, right? If these guys weren't ready, if the drone operators weren't giving them the warning, these guys could have been killed in their sleep. Or, you know, a grenade thrown into their cot. Who knows, right? Anything can happen. But this is what it looks like when professionalism is the word of the day, right? This is really something else. So the drone guys are telling him, hey, we got people approaching your position. Turn down the volume a bit for you here. Telling the boys, okay, what direction to shoot in. So here he is, running to the other side of the trench. Yep. Telling his men, okay, where to shoot, where to shoot. 9 Russians. Picks up a rocket launcher. That's an anti-personnel grenade right there. Oop, misfire. Didn't work. He's got to reseat it. Right there, just over the hill. And because this is the modern era, we actually do get 2 camera angles eventually. We do get to see what the Russian position looks like. So here he is giving an order, and this guy follows the order 100%. He's right there with another one. I guess they don't have to worry about snipers. I'd be a little worried about a sniper, but I think they have the higher ground. This is just another day in the office for these guys. Borderline. There he is, Johnny on the spot. He's got it right there. Fire at 11 o'clock. You know, and he's depending on the drone guys to watch his flank. You know, he's depending on the drone. If someone's trying to flank him, come up behind him on this. He's depending on the drone guys to tell him. They're in pipes, so they're actually in some kind of like underpass kind of thing. He's just confirming. Yep, that's the target. You can't see him. You can't see him, but that's where he's putting fire. Oh man, it changes everything, Nematode. It changes everything. Welcome back. Short bursts. There he is, Johnny on the spot. This is later. He's taking a different position. We heard this gun earlier in the video. We heard this gun firing. Those things get hot so fast. Look at that, the fucking smoke coming off that gun. It's not like the video games where you can just hold it down and rake left and right for hours and hours. Oh, there you go, another order. Shoot at the dam. There's the drone guy. 9 Russians at the dam. And we're gonna get that aerial footage here in a second.
Цинкуйте, сейчас будут работать по переправе FPV-шками, будут выбегать и башни. И один дежурит, один
Extremely good
сидит там.
fortifications. Yeah, they're in there deep.
Да наши будут по
So I
переправе.
think this is him. I think this is him telling the boys that are going to be converging, getting close to this area. Watch out for crossfire. We're gonna be throwing fire in that direction. Make sure you're not in the fire zone.
Цинкуйте, сейчас будут работать по переправе
I think he's
FPV-шками,
telling
будут
these guys that are
выбегать и
going to
башни.
get closer to the Russians. Yeah,
Один
FPV is a
дежурит,
drone. Yep.
один сидит там. Да наши будут по переправе работать.
Yeah, so he's saying, we're the ones piloting the FPV. So as we can see here are the Russians right here. Yeah, big time. Never forget. Dug in like an Alabama tick. And this is great. So this is only the second time I've been able to show footage of this, but here we see this is not just a normal grenade. This is a projectile that has accelerant, and it's like a missile going straight down into the ground. As you can see it. You can see the accelerant firing, right? So it's like a fucking laser beam, dude. Missile straight down. Nasty stuff.
Один 300-й, вот напротив.
Looks like the drone was able to wound one Russian. And they lose after the drones start dropping grenades, and they get a couple wounded. They lose their will to fight, and they retreat. The Russians. And this isn't, sometimes it plays out different. By the way, can we talk about the motherfucking OG bazooka? Can we talk about this fucking bazooka, by the way? Holy shit. By the way, look at the time of day. They've been fighting for hours, right? Since like crack of dawn. The morning fog is gone, dude. We're at like 11, 12 o'clock right now. We're right in the middle of the day. Any advantage the Russians had is gone. They have wounded. They're clearly overwhelmed, so they're on their way out. And by the way, on their way out, the drones are still pestering them. Look at this fucking bazooka, dude. What the fuck? Just casually firing a bazooka. Yeah, I don't know what plus means. Yeah, I don't know. So here they are retreating. The fuck out of here, you idiots. Fucking idiots. See you later. It means positive. Thank you, Sir Smoke a lot. Fuck. Good fucking morning, and there you have it, folks. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like to wake up to death. And through professionalism, steel, and grit, you send 9 murderous motherfuckers back to their little troll bridge. That's what it looks like. Good fucking morning right there, boys. Girls, they and them. Means got it or agree completely. Ah, okay. But wow, something else, huh? Only in the modern era do we get this kind of footage. Nothing in historical footage matches the kind of shit that we're getting now. It's totally crazy. But no, thank you for being here. Only 7 retreating means 2 people killed. Ooh. There you go. Russia, go home. I don't mean to glorify the death of anybody, but Russia, go home. I think you've had enough. I guess they haven't. Russia needs to get its ass kicked for another how many couple years, right? It's really only the economy that can stop this. So China's banks doing what it's doing is a very, very positive sign that something big is brewing. Because China is going to put its economy above Russia's desire to have Crimea. Hope this war never ends. We lose the footage. God, it sucks. No. This war needs to end immediately. But no, thank you everybody for being here. Big props to every single regulator in the chat. Best chat on Twitch. I've said it before. I'll say it again. You guys hold it down. I put this chat up against Hassan's chat. I'd put this chat up against Vosh's chat. I'd put this chat up against Destiny's chat. Any day of the week. True OGs. That was 5 hours of news right there. But never forget, brother, Borderline Feline, who was here from the very start. Rebel Phoenix, thank you, Rebel Phoenix, who was here. #1 in the chat, Rebel Phoenix. Arbitoire, never forget, brother. Davey, your boy Davey, Chem Goblin, all the way over there from Ukraine, Tisrael as well, all the way from Ukraine. Thank you so much. Sir Smoke a Lot. Keep your ears open, Sir Smoke a Lot. Keep your ears open and come on back to the News Underground if you want to learn something. Nematode of Knowledge, welcome back. Big props to you, Nematode. Mashed Potato, big props to Mashed Potato. Thank you for coming back. Sergeant Johnson, you're a new viewer, but thank you for coming in. Hopefully you enjoyed the News Underground. Zio Duke, big props to Zio Duke. Trailhead, big props to Trailhead. Thank you, Trailhead, for coming back in. Orange Hue and Estonian, thank you, Estonian. I don't think I said hi to you. Thank you, Estonian, for coming back. And thank you once again, Orange Hue. Sorry about the confusion there. Thank you once again, Orange Hue. Or Off-World Colonist. Thank you, Off-World Colonist. By the way, big props to all you lurkers who came in. Thank you to the lurkers. Ice King of Space. Big props to you, Ice King of Space. Thank you so much for being in the chat, contributing to the chat, being in the Discord, contributing to the Discord. This stream is better because of you, without a doubt. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your opinions, holding me to account, making sure I'm intellectually honest. Thank you, everybody. Last thing I'd like to say is that the only way that we are going to fix our problems is with political activism. Don't be intimidated. Political activism is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Step 1, inform yourself, and that's what we're doing here today. Step 2, put your name down, sign up to an organization that you support, that you want to put the work in. And then step 3, you got to put in the work. Putting your name down, doing some shit posting on social media, not enough. We need blood, we need sweat, and we need tears, and we need them today. The left needs to put in as much work as the right is putting in. To dismantle our country, I'm sorry. We need to put in as much work as the right is putting in to dismantle our country. Sorry, I got a little brain fart. But if we don't meet the right wing with the same amount of energy, we will lose. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe a world filled with Nick Fuentes, Donald Trump, Sean Hannity's, Tucker Carlson's running our life. But if we don't fight against them, that is exactly what is going to happen. So thank you for being here. This has been the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. The Harbinger. Y'all are motherfucking regulators. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. And glory to the Ukrainian democracy. We're going to coog and swoot all over these motherfuckers. Master stroke. Curse. See you next time. Thank you, everybody. A good night, Davey. Thank you. Big props to Zio Duke.
Like they tough till a nigga get killed. I'ma at your favorite rapper. Shoot him like I'm John.
Free Palestine, bitch. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. I need to add that to my thing.
Bitch, I hang around Haitians. Pull up on you, tie your kids up. Pistol whip you while your bitch naked. Come on, man, savage. You know I always play your bitch tape. Yeah, nigga, fuck out that ass, your bitch.
How my dick tastes.
Why you trapping so hard?
Have a good one, folks.
You capping so hard. You got a 12-car garage. Why you pulling out these rappers' cars? These niggas pussy and the hard. Turn your fucking soft into some hard. I grew up in the streets without no heart. I'm praying to my Glock and my car. So much dope that it broke the scale. They say crack kills, nigga, my crack sells. My brother in the kitchen and he rapping the bell. Louis V my bag and Louis V on my belt. Chain swinging, diamond blanking, pistol swinging, gang banging. Hold up, niggas acting like groupies down on the west. Little do they know they bitches fucking on the tour bus. Young Savage, why you trapping so hard? Why these niggas capping so hard? Why you got a 12-car garage? Why you pulling out these rappers' cars? These niggas pussy and the hard. I turn your fucking soft into some hard.
Thank you, sir. Smoke a lot. Thank you for that follow. Sir Smoke a Lot. Paging Dr. Green Thumb. Paging Dr. Green Thumb. Take care of yourself. Paging Dr. Green Thumb. Thank you, everybody.